Where you at? Where you at?
A scene from the end of the day. Yesterday, day 2 on Lake Hartwell, and Drew Cook returns for one last try at a fish he has spent a significant part of his day trying to catch, because this fish could be a real difference maker in this tournament.
Yes! We got her, dude. Yes. We got her. Gosh almighty. It took all damn day, but we got her. Gosh. Oh. Yes. I don't even know.
We are going now for day number 3, and Drew Cook, while he was trying to catch that fish, this one is so close, and everyone catches fish at this great lake, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. You got to find something that separates you from the crowd. That's what Drew was thinking about, and he is back at work. Took the lead with that fish at the end of the day yesterday. We welcome you to the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Davey, hi, we're in your home state here, and Lake Hartwell is just a terrific place to test to find who's the best of the best.
It absolutely is. It's loaded with fish, so everyone catches fish, it seems. We had 102 anglers for the first 2 days. Every single angler caught their 5-fish limit. That does not happen very often anywhere. This is a great fishery. The big difference maker is those bigger fish. You just saw Drew Cook catch that one yesterday afternoon, gave him the lead. Randy Howell did it on day 1.
There's our unofficial score as it stands now, with more than an hour of fishing passed on this 3rd day of competition. And Emil Wagner from Georgia coming in. We spent a lot of time with him on day number 1. Very talented at what goes on here, especially catching spotted bass. Shakur, who's great everywhere. Robert G. Spent a lot of time with him all last season. Kind of waited to this one to rise to the top, and at an opportune time. We're down to only 50 anglers on this day from our official field of 102. That's the scene at the takeoff. And Ronnie Moore, that fire is under control, right?
Absolutely. That is a spectacle to witness. Green Pond Landing, Anderson, South Carolina, Neil Paul, everyone there has built this facility to host big-time bass tournaments. So it's great that we have 102 of the best pros in the world, and boy, we've cut them down to 50. The longer you hang around Green Pond, the better it gets for you, Tommy.
Such a heartbreak for the 52 that did not make it here, because everyone had their opportunity. Everyone caught a limit both days. You don't really see that a lot.
Yeah, you really don't. And this fishery has gotten better and better. A lot of tournaments go out of Green Pond Landing, like you mentioned, Ronnie Moore, but it seems to just get better and better. The average size of the fish has gotten better over the last 10 years.
Here's the TH Marine weather watch for today. Pretty good outlook. Partly cloudy. High getting up there, 85 degrees. A little bit cooler at night than it has been in previous days, but otherwise the conditions leading up to a tournament like this at this special time of the year have been pretty near perfect. A slight chance of rain on the way today is 50 anglers. These are scenes from the takeoff over an hour ago. Everyone's set up and fishing at this point, as you saw by our unofficial leaderboard a moment ago. We'll be in the boat with 10 of those 50 all day long. And let's get out to Emil Wagner. Great performer, rookie season. Comes from the Opens, where he really did well last year.
There we go. But we gotta get back in there.
Let's go!
Give me some.
Now what with Emil?
Same deal as before. Yeah, so started out here on a herring spawn, day 3 of the Elite Series here on Hartwell, and I think we've caught 6 or 7, 8 fish, something like that. We've got 4 in the box. I threw 2 or 3 keepers back because didn't want them to die on me and be stuck with them, but yeah, it's been a decent little start. I think we got 1 that's probably 3 pounds and 3 just whatever, solid keepers, and I'll take it. I haven't been catching much of my weigh-in fish at all in the mornings. I've had a couple of decent bites, just haven't capitalized on them, but I think we're about to get out of here. I got some more herring spawn stuff I want to try and hit. It doesn't last long when the sun comes out. If you get clouds, you can do it all day. But we have the sun out today, so probably only got about another 30-minute window where you could really catch them, you know, on Topwater or schooling or something like that. And then you can still catch them throughout the day, but you really got to grind for a bite. So probably going to make 2 or 3 more casts here, fish real slow with this Berkeley General, and yeah, see if we can get 1 more, and then if not, we're going to hopscotch down the lake and work towards the dam. Hopefully come up with 16 or 17 pounds and get in that top 10.
4 fish, just under 10 pounds. A good start to the day for Emil Wagner. Fast start. Out of the gate, you got to sustain it all day long and find something else that's a little bigger along the way. That's the challenge for all of our anglers here today. The biggest one of the whole tournament was found on day one by this man, our day one leader, the veteran, many years fishing the Bassmasters, Randy Howell, 7 pounds and 15 ounces on day one. That's a huge one for Lake Hartwell.
Yeah. They tangle up on the daggum hook right when I need to cast it. That's their big largemouth right there. That was a big largemouth, it looked like. Them other guys had probably been pounding on them since daylight, but got him that time. That's a good largemouth, yes. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Wow. There we go. Good old largemouth on the walking boss, baby. Woo, come off right there. 3 pounder. There you go. Finally connected with one. Thank the Lord. 3. That's bigger than 3. That's about 3. That's about 3 pounds and 2 ounces. That's my scale right there. Oh, that was awesome.
Totally agree. We love seeing that. We make no mistake about that.
Get a good look at this. This is great. Seeing this topwater bite, nothing like that early on a Saturday morning on Lake Hartwell. We expected to see a lot of topwater action, but the cameras, the anglers that we've had cameras with haven't been the ones throwing a lot of topwater. Randy Howell actually promised us this a couple days ago, and he delivered this morning. That's awesome. I think he had missed a fish or two earlier. A lot of these fish, because of pressure, will come up and slap at some of your topwater baits, and good for Randy. He was able to hook up with that one.
Day one leader on the board here, looking to make the top 10. That's what today is all about. 50 anglers fishing for 10 spots on Championship Sunday. Let's get out to our day 2 leader. For most of the day, Paul Marks.
Finally.
Yes. Come here, buddy. He's fat little largemouth. Three pounder, good start to the morning. Took a while to get going. How beautiful that thing is.
Very, very important to get a good start with a quality fish. A lot of these anglers, in fact, most of the field were able to catch limits early in the day, but catching a 3-pound fish or bigger is a big key to your success by the end of the day. It's great to get off to a good start. Paul and Emil are certainly 2 anglers. Tucker Smith doing this also, fishing for the spotted bass on up in the day, and they're able to field their limits rather easily, but catching these 3+ pound largemouth in the morning are very, very important.
Big bonus for Paul Marks there. Speaking of Tucker Smith, let's get out to the rookie in action here.
little spot. Should catch a bunch of these today.
Notice there that Tucker Smith and Wesley Gore started on the same
like 2
point. This
pounds.
is the third day in the row that they have started on the same point together.
Yeah, he's a little fatty.
Wesley Gore, Alabama angler. Fished his way into the top 10 yesterday. Very consistent throughout the week.
That's one, baby. That's one.
Good start.
Not bad. Need bigger though. Two and a half.
They started the day in 7th place. He had a little bit of a slower start, a little slower schedule this morning, which caused him to drop out of the top 10, but that should help him make his way back in to that select number. You want to be in that number at the end of the day. We can't stress that enough. Let's get out to Jay Shakur. Spent a lot of time through the last 4 years and 3 years in top 10s with him.
Jay fishing back in these coves and pockets for spawning fish, unlike those other anglers we've been with for the most part this morning, fishing the herring spawn out on the main lake.
Little 4-inch Ocho. God, that's a fat fish.
4-inch Ocho, wacky rig. Jason Curry caught quite a few of his fish on that and a drop shot, combination of those two.
Jay Shakur has been in 4th place all tournament long here. He is so consistent, so good. He's also got another tag hanging on him today. That's number 1 in the Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points. Look at that lead over Lee Livesey. Not a huge lead. Will Davis Jr. came here with the lead. He's dropped down to 3rd. Shane LaHue from the state of North Carolina. Chris Johnson, 5th place.
That's dangerous having Lee Livesey in 2nd with the next stop that we go to at Lake Fork, where he lives and breathes.
The next 2 stops in the state
and
of
the
Texas,
Sabino as
his
well.
home state.
And then after that, Jay Shakur gets real dangerous again, too.
Exactly.
So we will keep our eye on. That will be a good race all year long. You can just about depend on it. This is going to be a good day all day long because they really catch them here at Lake Hartwell. You got to avoid mistakes because, as you can see, the scores are so tightly bunched, and that's that way all through the top 50 here. Or the slightest little misstep, an ounce or 2 lost here and there, can add up to not making it into the top 10. That's the 10 as it stands right now. On the top list, the Georgian Emil, Wagner, Drew Benton climbing up into the top 10 as well. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. So great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live this Saturday morning. It's going to be a great weekend here. We have had a fantastic week on a much anticipated stop for the best of the best in the business of professional bass fishing, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Here's a look at our 10 anglers we're in the boat with all day long for you, and only 10 will make it to the top at the end of the day and get to fish on Sunday. Let's get out to Tucker Smith. Tucker Smith, 24 years old and already 45 Bassmaster events under his belt there. He's a rookie, sorta.
Quite a few of them have been right here on Lake Hartwell also. A lot of experience here to be 24 years old.
Yeah.
Another little guy. Yamamoto Cinco. Another 2-pounder. They're not big, but got to start somewhere.
Yeah. Box full of twos would be all right to start off with.
Tucker Smith, really good hand out here. He's going to make a long, long career out of it, I would imagine. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, the legend himself, classic winner, 2-time Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore is with us as well, and Mike Sukon. And Davey, part of the big anticipation here, it's that perfect week at Lake Hartwell, or assumed to be, where they're going to be able to catch the big spawning bass, and that's what can separate you from the crowd. But you can think of tournaments from years past where it's been that same proposition, and then after a couple of days, a lot of those have been caught. Maybe the spawn is waning. Is that going to be the case here? I can think of some tournaments where it started a new tournament the last 2 days.
Absolutely, Tommy. You know, this tournament, when you saw it on the calendar, you thought, well, it's going to be a herring spawn deal. A lot of these anglers will be out on the main lake just fishing for these post-spawn bass that are out chasing these blueback herring while they're spawning. But it turns out there's a lot of fish still spawning. Randy Howell, the first day, caught the biggest fish of the tournament, and the lead of the tournament, Drew Cook, the leader of day 2, caught his fish sight fishing. But as this tournament unfolds, Tommy, I think you're exactly right. You're going to see more of those fish moving offshore. So we're going to have really 2 scenarios in one. It's a 4-day event. That's a long time for this time of year with the warm nights that we're having.
Absolutely, Ronnie. We're always overjoyed when we see different approaches. I know you love to see stuff like that, but you got to get your timing right. Every one of these anglers talks about, I don't want to get into a bad rotation.
When you're at a lake like Lake Hartwell, where limits are plentiful, 102 anglers caught a limit both days of competition, perfection when it comes to limits, you have to separate yourself above average fish quality. And it's not just choosing the right spot, it's choosing the right spot at the right time. You could be on the best spot on Lake Hartwell at the wrong time and have 0 bass bite. You come back in an hour and load the boat with the right quality. And so we saw some anglers jump around 3 or 4 spots in the morning and stay close, be able to monitor those. They were successful. Guys who run around and try to hit 10, 15 spots, you could end up hitting the wrong ones at the wrong time, and other people are fishing them, or they're just not biting when you get there.
All right, and Mike Sukon, we talk about how plentiful this place is, how many fish are out there, and it's certainly played out in terms of the numbers and the per pound fish caught on average. Fill us in on that for the first 2 days.
We have 102 anglers. They get 5 fish. A lot of them caught 20, so you're talking 2,000 fish. Day 1, they weighed almost 1,500 pounds, average of just under 3 pounds. Yesterday went down a little bit, 100 less pounds, and maybe 3 to 4 ounces less each fish. But, we haven't seen a 715 here in our past events. And yesterday, Carl Jacobson with the 6.5, that made his day. The big fish are what gets you going and moving on.
All right, well, that's something we hold out hope for, seeing another giant. I expect we will today at some point. It's all relative. A 4-pounder was a giant for 2/3 of the day yesterday.
You're exactly right. Yeah. You're exactly right. Those 4-pounders are game changers. And that 715 Randy Howell caught on the first cast, the first day, you're going to have a good tournament with
I wouldn't even say it's a giant. That's a unicorn. That's one that you can't count on and don't expect at Lake Hartwell for sure.
I got him. Yes.
That was a frog order on the glide. That ain't good though.
See Wesley Gore make a move from fishing those main lake points, moving back in a pocket, fishing for these immediate post-spawn male fish that are guarding the fry.
Back to Randy Howell. Gave us a good topwater catch a few minutes ago.
If I can make the cut and do good the rest of the day, start here tomorrow. This might be good right at first light, man. First 30 minutes when nobody's here. Feel like these are some good largemouth here. There's one. Yeah, that's a good one. Come on, stay on. Be a bass now, be a bass. Not a striper's running a little bit like a striper.
It does sound like a striper.
No, it's a bass.
There we go.
It's a spotted bass, that's why. They're mixed in there with the largemouth, I guess. It's a little old 1 pound and about 1/4.
It's going to be the third fish of the morning for Randy Howell. Catch him steady all day yesterday after that fantastic day one.
Well, we had an exciting start. We ran up the river a little ways where I haven't been since me and my son Laker fished the Bassmaster High School tournament. I captained him in 2018. I was looking through my Lowrance map, chips, and all my stuff last night for trying to think of somewhere to go this morning. And I saw these couple places up here that were schooling places, and we caught good largemouth on them like 7 years ago. So most of those fish are either gone or grown or gone, but they always use the same places on these herring points. So first place, man, it was exciting. You probably saw some of that footage of the fish jumping over and busting my walking balls all morning. Gosh, I could not get one hook to save my life. I don't know how they were not getting it, but I only caught one out of that area, and then it was over. I came to this area. I just caught a 3-pounder, a little over 3-pounder. That's one of the ones that we want to keep at the end of the day. Then I caught another small keeper, and it's really over by now at 8:26. But the wind right here is making them still come up every once in a while and bust, so I haven't quit doing this yet. But as soon as this is done here shortly, we're going to be going to the pockets. And I think I'm going to run some stuff up here because it looks good. The water is just about the same color as it is down the lake. Maybe even better with the pollen's not as bad, hopefully. We'll see if we can find some up here with the Cinco, see if there's any bedding fish up in these areas. Water temperature's actually a degree or two cooler than it is down the lake. So maybe there's some spawners up here. And I hadn't seen another boat run up here today. So we'll try it for a while and then run down the lake if we don't get it going. But beautiful day, I'm ready to see. Sun's shining, so we'll be able to see today a little bit better. And I think it's gonna be a good day. That 1 3-pounder finally connected with this walking balls. I was saying earlier, this Livingston walking balls is the best. If you want a good topwater bait to throw a long ways, this one's made to cast far. It's the easiest bait there is to walk side to side. It's got electronic bait fish sound in it, so most of the time if they blow up and miss it, which they do a lot on these herring points, they hear that sound when you kind of let it lay there and they come back and get it, and that's what that last 3-pound largemouth did. And it really works good. And this color is called Genrin. If all you herring guys are in this part of the lake country, that color right there, see that? See the flash on there? Blueback heron is not really blue. Most people around here know that, but some people don't. It's more of a brownish, goldish tint to the back on the blueback heron, but that little prism, that right there, that color works everywhere, but out here it's really awesome.
That's a hard-working man right there. Randy Howell.
Yes, he is.
287th Bassmaster tournament, and he never clocks out. He's always on the job, that's for sure. Let's get from Randy Howell to our leader, Emil Wagner, best start of the day.
Oh, please eat it. This is a good one. Not a good one. At all. Throw them in there though.
Got a little sunshine this morning, Tommy.
Different look. We have had a low cloud deck all the first 2 days, just occasional little glimpses or suggestions of blue sky, but it's going to be a different outlook, a different visual for today. It's going to help some of these anglers, that is for sure. Maybe Drew Benton is one of those. He has shot from outside the top 10, all the way up into second place right now. Randy Howell with that catch right there. Gets up to third place right now. People are on the move and will be until further notice. Pretty much nonstop action today at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Lake Hartwell. If you want to get on the action yourself from home, we remind you Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is available for you to start right now. Start building your fantasy team. You pick a 5-angler roster out of buckets, representing each strata of the point situation in the tour at any given tournament, and we'll see how your team does. Stack yourself up against the world. People all around the globe playing Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Let's get back out on the water. The man who opened our show for us today with a compelling piece of video from the end of the day yesterday. It's what put him on top of the leaderboard. A fish he worked on for, gosh, the better part of his day.
All three of them were in there then. All giddy. Hey, can you hear that? I don't know how we make that happen again. Oh my gosh, the male got it. He got it too. Part of me wants to just go ahead and throw him back. We'll see what happens. We might be throwing him back in just a minute. One four.
Drew Cook fishing for a pair of spawning bass there, hoping that the female would bite, and this is the male, which is almost always smaller than the female, oftentimes a lot smaller, so these anglers certainly want to try to catch that bigger fish. The reason he was contemplating throwing that fish back, that male will go back up there and it's easier to catch the female most of the time.
Man, I fished for that fish. I think I started on it like 8:40 something probably, and fished for that fish for a good little while, like probably an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half probably. And then I left it, and man, whenever I came back, I threw at it from a good ways away for a while, and then I eased up there, kind of bum rushed it, and I saw a little bitty male. That was like a 10-inch male, and I was trying to catch her like way off the bed, probably 15 feet off the bed, just where she was sitting to watch the bed. But I got her to nip at it a couple of times and got her to bite. So it just kind of threw me off. But once I found that little male, I knew we were in business. And we were able to get her to bite right at 3. I think you said it was 3:02 or something like that. So we spent a long time on that fish.
She had a big old
and
on her.
It ended up paying off. It was the biggest one I had yesterday.
Get a look of
More look at that.
what happened yesterday. As you heard him describe, he spent north of 2 hours on this fish, probably closer to 3 hours of an 8-hour fishing day. So a big commitment of his time, and then very late in the day was able to catch it. The biggest fish for him of the day, and it's certainly the reason he's our day 2 leader.
Gosh almighty. It took all damn day, but we got her.
one of those earlier attempts, he swung at her so hard he busted off a piece of brush that was the only piece of cover there. And we all thought, well, that business is over, but it wasn't.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It usually is, but it makes sense now that he said he didn't realize where the male was and where the actual bed was. I think if that fish if that piece of brush was around where the actual bed was, he would not have caught that fish. But it's where the female was just hanging out, so it didn't disturb the bed as much as maybe we thought.
Just on the bank side of the stump. I would really prefer to be like right over there fishing for it, but this creek's pretty deep in the middle and I don't have that option. If I can get this thing to start rolling on it and stuff, I think she'll get up there. I don't know where she is though right now. She's somewhere watching, I'm sure. I'm gonna try touching him in the tail a couple times, maybe see if he'll start spinning around on it. Yep, spun around on it real good right then. Got it. He bit it. And he looks like he's a decent one, you know. I thought he had it again. But I haven't seen that female in a minute.
Got one of the best blueback herring fishermen on your left there, Emil Wagner, and one of the best sight fishermen in the world, Drew Cook, on the right. And as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We're hot and heavy in the middle of the NFL draft season. We've got half the draft done, half the draft remaining. So we are halfway through our Lake Hartwell Bassmaster Elite Series event. So we can take a look at maybe the mock draft of how our blueback herring anglers stacked up and how they've finished if they are already eliminated. When we think about our top 15 anglers so far, if we think about some of those blueback herring specialists, maybe they call Hartwell home, maybe they're just really good with this style of fishing, or they call a lake like Lanier home. Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, Patrick Walters, Emil Wagner, Shane LeHue absolutely had high grades coming into this event. Top 10 projections for guys like Paul Marks, Walters, and Wagner, no doubt. Top 25 projections for guys like Tucker Smith and Shane LeHue. This is the way they currently lay out after 2 days of competition. 3rd, 6th, 8th, 9th, and 14th. I'd say that those projections match their results so far through 2 days of competition. But then you get some of those who maybe slip in the draft or maybe haven't been drafted yet or fell below expectation. And those are some guys that we had some lofty expectations for. Guys like Brandon Cobb, the guy who knows the most about Lake Hartwell in our field, had a top 10 projection on him. He won the last time we were here in the Elite Series this month in April in 2019, finished 64th this week. Meanwhile, guys like Hank Cherry, very, very good at lakes like Smith Lake in the past. He's done well at Lanier, Hartwell as well. He made the top 10 as well last time we were here, 96th place. Guy like Jason Williamson, who lives a couple lakes down on the Savannah River, but has very good results in the past on lakes like Hartwell. We expected at least to make the top 50 cut and fish today, 97th. And boy, somebody who has never finished worse than the top 25, calls it his home lake as well. Jake Whitaker, he's from the mountains of North Carolina, just north of where we are. Last place this week, could not get over 10 pounds. So when you think about maybe the quarterback that you expected to go early, didn't do so well, same thing in fishing, man. We had about straight on half of our people projected well.
Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Easton Fothergill, our classic champ, 5 pounds even.
Oh, look out. That's huge here. That's a big one. Now, Ronnie, outside of that top list.
Easton calls it his favorite lake as well,
That's
so I didn't
right.
put him on there, but he does like it. I'm not shocked to see
Okay, is he the best available outside that top list that you have?
I would say he's one who's going to be poking his head in the top 10, no doubt, for tomorrow.
We have
he's
draft
on top.
fever here.
Oh, he is in our
No
new
doubt
lead
about
now.
that. Yes, sir. Man on top. Our classic champion, the world champion. Adding a few more accolades to his reign right there. Easton Fothergill with the 5-pounder there. We'll keep our eye on him. Emil, Wagner, Drew Benton, Drew Cook, and Randy Howell rounding out our top 5. We're just getting started here on Lake Hartwell. Lots of important races going on as we enter the midsection of our season here on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. The Dakota Lithia Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Always eyes on that. Such strong rookie classes coming out here. And Tucker Smith out there fishing today in our top 10 to start the day with 290 points. A little bit of separation, but not much. Ahead of Paul Marks, Emil, Wagner, Evan Kung, Bo Browning, Easton, Fothergill making a move up. He's going to add to his points total for sure this week. It looks like. I won't say for sure. I'm a little premature there. Andrew Loberg rounding out that list there.
This is the event where you thought maybe 4 or 5 rookies would make the top 10 final cut today or for tomorrow. So you don't want to be the one that doesn't have a good event. So getting a top 20 is keeping pace. You might even lose some points getting a top 20 this week because guys like Tucker, Paul, Emil, and Easton are all in our top 10 right now.
We haven't been as rookie heavy in our top 10s as we were last year and the year before.
Ain't that big, but he'll help. Thank you. Stop shaking, buddy.
Good looking Lake Hartwell spotted bass.
They look so big when they're like up shallow like that. You can't really tell sometimes.
There's a pretty one.
Now for the fun part.
Yeah, Tommy, when you compare the rookie classes, we're halfway through their rookie season, so it's still not a full sample size. But when you compare them, last year's rookie class far and away better than this one right now. But if you compare rookie classes on blueback herring fisheries, this rookie class, one of the best of all time. Like everyone coming in is very comfortable and apt to do well on lakes like this. Even the 2 veterans who qualified that wouldn't be rookies are great here.
Patrick Walters is live. He's hooked up.
What a bass. Gagged it. First cast here. All right. On spinnerbait, they might be biting.
Just enough wind blowing to make this
right out of my hand.
herring spawning bite continue throughout the day.
It's that easy. We could have been throwing the spinnerbait the whole time. God dang, they were out there, just had 4 of them just come off the thing for it.
Easton Fothergill jumping up way up the leaderboard here from outside the top 10. We don't have him on camera all day like the rest of these guys, but let's look at him this year. What a year.
Someone said you should have Easton on day 1 at Hartwell. We could put Easton on camera at every event, and the one we don't, we're disappointing someone because he has been so good. And Davey, he showed it. So strong at the Bassmaster Classic and then so clutch at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, got off to a slower start than anyone thought he would on the first tournament or two on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but you know how you make everyone forget about a slow start on the Bassmaster Elite Series? Well, just go win our World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic, Easton Fothergill, on our biggest stage. What a performance. And then really the last day it got so close, he had to catch this big fish late in the day to be able to win and hold that trophy over his head. Easton Fothergill comes with a lot of high expectations, and I'm sure, I think we all are sitting here at this desk, that he will continue to be one of the guys that we're going to be watching for many, many years to come in our top 10 and holding blue trophies over his head, maybe even some more world champion trophies.
Boy, that was clutch, that one right there. 7-pounder, 8-pounder.
8-1. His story is phenomenal too. If you didn't tune into the Classic and see this man and his story, 2023 wins Team of the Year, one of the best college performers at the University of Montevallo, has a brain abscess, has to have surgery, gets cleared 3 days before the bracket, wins the bracket to make his classic and fish the Opens last year, dominates the Opens, wins 2 events, wins the AOY and qualifies as the top rookie coming in this year. And like we said, yeah, a little shocked the first 2 events, but wins the classic, gets a top 10 last event in North Carolina 2 weeks ago.
Not only won the classic, but the highest 3-day total 5-fish limit weight ever in the Bassmaster class.
Unbelievable. Those first 2 elite events of the year getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror.
Yes.
As he continues to, and today, no exception, he continues to build back strong. Back to Drew Cook.
Very well-rounded fisherman, too. He doesn't just have, not a one-trick pony kind of guy. He does a lot of things well.
The male's sitting real high up off the bed, like floating real high. But I've got her pretty interested twice. Every time that he makes a move at it, like flares it, like kind of shocks him, she's like, uh-oh, let me get in there and take care of business.
Look at Jacob Powroznik, the only angler to go 20 pounds or better yesterday. Day number 2, and he's hooked up.
I do not want a Ryugi hook in my finger today. Well, that's 5. Some of them are big.
Jacob's made 2 out of 3 cuts this year. Only one he missed was Okeechobee. Had a top 30 2 weeks ago at the Pasquotank River.
Pasquotank is one of the closest venues we've had to Powroznik's home in Southern Virginia, but he is one of the most dominant Hartwell fishermen as well. He's always considered one to win in the classics here.
Still claims he would have won without the morning delay.
Come on. Oh, you almost got me.
Jacob's game plan, very much like Randy Howell, starting on the main lake, blueback herring, spawning tight places, and then spends the rest of the day looking for cruisers and pairs of spawning bass. He said yesterday he went back through some areas that on day 1 there were no fish, and there were new fish yesterday, so there are new fish moving up.
I think Drew Benton and maybe even Drew Cook said much the same thing. We're not running out of them just yet.
A little surprising.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought, including myself coming in, that first few days would be good for the sight fishermen, but it would play out. But it sounds like there's new fish moving up even yesterday. Hopefully today.
And it could be one of those things, Drew Benton slid back a little bit in the standings, didn't have as good of a day 2, but what you see up there is, oh, I've seen 5 squirrely bass. I can't get them to bite today. I'm gonna struggle today, but if I make it to tomorrow, they'll be more apt to bite, and I could have a big day on day 3 and jump right back up like we're seeing him.
But for every angler who's optimistic about that, you can find another angler who says, man, they are just there and gone so fast.
Yeah.
They're up and out of there quicker than anywhere.
You're exactly right. And I think both things can be true, but it's because the lake's so big. 950 plus miles of shoreline. What's happening in this pocket isn't necessarily what's happening 40 miles away in another arm of this lake.
A big one. Nope. Thought he was. But he is a nice one.
Making it happen all of a sudden, Jacob Powroznik.
You like that compressed sequence of catches right there. Made a big difference. Jacob Powroznik standing right now. He's moving up the leaderboard as you would expect, now in third place. Just like that, but Easton Fothergill right up there. Emil Wagner, second place. Tucker Smith having a good morning so far. He's going through some numbers as well. And Drew Benton, no camera on him today, but we will keep up with him and all the rest. We're shooting for those top 10 spots on semifinals Saturday here at Lake Hartwell. Live coverage continues. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Whataburger Elite here at Lake Hartwell in Anderson, South Carolina. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole today and all week long. Very interesting. Lots of opportunities, different ways to get the job done. Interesting to hear our anglers break it down in advance of the tournament.
To win here, you have to make the right decisions, but it even comes down to like micro decisions. Like when you're fishing a pocket, you're like, let me hit this point for 1 second, and you catch a good one. Then you're like, oh, those docks look good, I can catch a good one. That's what I did here last time, and that's Lake Hartwell in a nutshell.
You can go sight fishing all tournament if you want to. You can go fish points for post spawners, you know, herring deal if you want to. Whether it be spawners out off the bank or fishing over 100 foot deep.
It's ramped up. I mean, the bass fishing scene, especially since COVID, is like there's been more and more people fishing, but this lake, I don't even know how it can get better. It gets better every single year.
Popular spot. Everybody pointing toward this one ever since the schedule is announced for 2025. And here we are, and it's delivering. Might be the best 4-day total ever. It's potential to be the best 4-day total ever for an elite event.
Yeah, it really could be. And if you think that tournaments aren't good for fisheries, this place gets as many big tournaments as anywhere in the country, and it keeps getting better.
Let's get out to Patrick Walters. He's had plenty of success on this body of water.
There's live sonar here. You see some fish there about 20, 25 feet away from the boat. Bait just went down. A fish is after his bait. They're at 40 feet, 30 feet.
4 or 5 of them.
Oh, another one just got it.
We'll be able to fill our limit here. I don't know how much weight we're going to catch. Come here.
Over to Drew Cook.
Drew Cook still looks like still fishing for this pair. The sun has
Dude, I thought she had it.
Moved where you can see a lot better where he's fishing now, and the fish.
I don't know where the male is. If she's gonna keep acting like that, we'll be okay.
See the fish right there, right in the center of your screen. Male and a female. You can see the female is definitely bigger. It's the one he wants to get to bite.
What in the world just changed? You know? She's gonna.
So
he's gonna like keep her off now.
Good size female. If you can get that one to bite.
And he says, what changed, Davey? It's like a new world every minute with a bedfish. It could be sun, it could be clouds, it could be wind, it could just be mood.
I got both of them up there, and they're both fired up right now. The female's staying up there. She's chasing stuff off the bed. She's doing circles on it, nosing down. She hasn't quite bit it yet, but that male's kind of getting really defensive over her, and he's like trying to keep her from biting it. He's moving her around, hitting her, knocking her out of the way when she's getting really close and nosing down to it. But she's like dipping and diving and dodging and ducking. And she keeps like getting really close to the bottom too. Like,
you don't see this often, but what he just described is the male, it seems to be like bumping and trying to keep the female from biting the lure, almost like saying, don't do this. And it makes it difficult. Sometimes in this scenario, it's better to just catch the male, but he'll probably be just fine. If she's that aggressive, that male,
come on, baby,
not keep her from biting it eventually.
But I'm also trying not to hurt it. I don't want her, want my bait to splash on her. I don't want my line to hit her right now, because I don't want her to freak out and then we have to start all back over again. Because the male's no help right now. I got the male to bite once, or maybe twice, and I hardly even see him anymore. It's just the female now.
See his line moving. He's tapping the butt of his rod, keeping controlled slack to the bait to try to move that bait slightly without making that bait come towards the boat any faster. You want to keep it.
And I don't know if it was because I put it's a prototype swim or bait from Spro, but it's big, and I guess that's what got her fired up.
You want to move that bait without bringing it closer to the boat and bringing it away from the bed is what he's trying to
Something
make
changed.
happen.
It flipped like a light switch, dude. I thought she bit it. She keeps making like these little jolts. She's turning like slow on it though. She's not, like whipping around.
I know we spent a lot of time on one yesterday, but I'll be very surprised if he doesn't catch this fish real soon.
Sounds like he's getting closer.
Yes.
Used to see the ploy of catching the male and putting him in the box. Seems like more in the old days, especially in Florida. Now it's not so much.
Starting to simmer down.
You can get something out of that male. It helped him yesterday to keep the male and find the second male.
You're exactly right. But it's risky because sometimes it'll just totally make her leave.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it will help, but so you want to try to avoid from doing that because sometimes it'll totally end. She'll just totally leave. But oftentimes she'll get even more defensive.
I'm shaking the
But the way she's acting here, I think his chances are good, even though the male's still there.
Great angle there with Lowrance bird's eye view.
That's why patience is so key with this, because if he does anything to be more aggressive other than bait profile, like tapping the tail with the bait to get the fish to swirl on it or pitch it right on its mouth, like those things are ways to get that bite, but man, it can also make that fish swim away and you never see it again. And so he's like, you toe that line of being aggressive and also being ultra patient.
I do not see the male. Haven't seen the male in a minute.
The male swam off saying, I tried to tell you not to do it, but I'm done.
Fine.
I'm gonna
Have a go at it.
I'm gonna go mow the lawn.
See how it works out for you. Yeah. Good shot here with the bird's eye view. You see the bed is directly behind the stump.
No. I don't know where she went. Dude, I thought it was gonna be any second, any flip.
Unfortunately, you can see an empty bed right now behind that stump.
No, I don't see her. Gosh almighty. You gotta be kidding. There's the male.
There it is.
Nope, it's female.
There she is. Just behind the stump.
And that was a somewhat tight, quick circle.
Just do it.
Swimming off the bed. It's in a perfect spot. She's to the left of the bed.
Male's back.
Good news is they're both back, but the bad news is they're not biting.
They're both back.
Well, he just spent a fraction of the time that he spent on that fish yesterday that we opened the show, showing the catch finally from that one. So we'll see how much he budgets for this one. It all depends on how likely he thinks he is to get that fish to bite. It's fascinating to watch, and we will check back in when we return just moments away. Live coverage continues. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. 4th stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. We are down to day number 3. That means we have lost half of our full field of 102. They did not qualify for semifinal Saturday, and these 50 left out here today, shooting for 10 spots in the final. And championship Sunday, and Easton Fothergill, our reigning world champion, has reasserted his abilities here and reminded us, hey, I'm pretty good and I love this place. Yes. He is now sits atop the leaderboard. We'll recognize him, won't we, Davey?
Absolutely. Mercury move of the day. The champ is here.
Yeah.
Easton Fothergill. Currently, like you mentioned, Tommy, the Bassmaster Classic champion from just a month and a half or so ago. Great start today. First fish of the morning. Got off to a quick start. 7:36 a.m. 2 pounds, 12 ounces. Another keeper. And third fish, just a keeper. Number 4, another 212. The Mercury move of the day really is his 5th fish. A 5-pounder at 8:39 a.m. Total weight for today, unofficially, 13 pounds, 8 ounces. Easton Fothergill, Mercury move of the day.
Man, and with 2 1.5s, Tommy, the ability for him to move with just simple 3-pounders, which we've seen guys catch 15 3-pounders in a day, can't get a big bite. He's got the big bite. He could be up to 17 in no time.
He's always a man to be feared. Boy, seems especially scary right now.
Yeah.
Well, he started the day 6 pounds out of the lead, so when those guys get their catch-up fish, they'll probably pass him up unless he keeps going.
Well, the good thing, that's a great point, though, Such. That 5-pounder, he can, normally when you see a guy make that move, has 13 pounds, he has all 2.5, 3-pounders, then those guys catch him. But that 5-pounder will go a long way throughout the day.
And if he makes a couple calls.
Yeah. And he's really not hoping to make all 6 pounds up right now. Maybe cut the deficit in half.
Paul Marks, another rookie, doing very well this year, and especially here at Hartwell.
You know, Fothergill was last in AOI before these last 2 events. He's in the 50s right now, getting close to our classic cut line.
Here you see Paul Marks. I'm gonna call it plan B for him, fishing offshore cover for these spotted bass.
It's a chunky one.
Started out with the blueback herring spawn, fishing shallower, where those herring are grouped up and spawning. This is what he has done to really, most of the fish that he's brought to the scales, the 5 that he's weighed in, he's caught like this. Fishing a few stumps, a few rock piles, but a lot of man-made brush piles. Probably 5 to about 15 feet of water, the majority of these fish. Isolated cover.
Where he left off yesterday, going through numbers in a big way.
And he was back and forth, doing this a lot yesterday, and like I say, we probably saw him catch 25 or 30.
Yeah.
I think if they went out and did this all day long, you'd see these anglers catch 40, maybe 50 bass. But there's a ceiling usually doing this, and it's around that 16, 17 pound threshold there, and it's going to take more than that to win this event per day.
Day 1 leader Randy Howell, currently in 10th place right now.
Coming out there again. Got it again. Spotted bass. That was cool. He wasn't big. It was cool to watch him on my active target again. 3 foot deep. Okay.
So many boat dock catches yesterday for Randy. Also on day number 1, I would assume.
He's lived up in the upper reaches as we drew yesterday on the map there, just into the Seneca, just above those couple bridges there. He's lived there a little bit more than we've seen other people, but that is where on our map a lot of 5+ pounders have been caught.
Back out to Tucker Smith, our rookie points leader at this point.
Look at all that. Oh, he smells bad.
Tucker Smith doing basically the same thing Paul Marks is doing at this point of the day.
That one was just
good sized spotted bass.
Swimming around the edge of this point off a brush pile.
It's a single.
Yep.
That might have been the limit right there for Tucker Smith. Double check that for you as we get back out to Emil Wagner. Quickest start of the day for this angler.
Little.
Get a look there. Emil Wagner doing the exact same thing. Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, and Emil have all Started fishing a little deeper, isolated cover. We'll see him catch a lot of spotted bass here in the next hour or two.
Little guy. Peeing.
Okay. Keeping track of this story right here. Drew Cook's got another. Well, backed up a little bit. Looks like off of that spawning pair he's been working on there.
We've heard a number of anglers say these fish are some of the most difficult spawning bass they've ever tried to catch. And when you see Drew Cook give up on those two the way they looked so aggressive just about 15 minutes ago, it tells you these are very difficult to catch, a lot of them. But these guys are the best in the business.
Yeah, they know. He makes it a point to know his adversary in all of these matchups here. And not just the female, but the male. Very important what that male does, as you've mentioned many times as well, Davey.
The wind's picking up a little more today than it has the previous 2 days. The anglers offshore fishing for those main lake fish, that will actually help them, but it's not going to help the sight fishermen like Drew Cook, Randy Howell. Randy's in a protected area.
Right just like a fish. That pollen had a streak in it. Oh, might have been a fish. It was a fish. That was a fish. It's a spotted bass. I thought I was seeing things, but I wasn't. Decent spot. He's just swimming right along on top right there. Man, he took it down quick. Daggum. Long and skinny.
Randy catching a lot of his fish, most of them this time of the day until weigh-in on 5-inch Cinco, green pumpkin, purple, and green plate.
Here's a look at our leaderboard as it stands right now. Unofficial. We got a rookie at the top of that leaderboard and 3 other rookies. It's like 2024 all over again. We talked about that.
Well,
right?
The beginning of this year has been return of the veteran with Bill Lowen, Brandon Polnick, and Kyle Welcher winning events. Now we come here and these 4 rookies expected to do well, and they are doing just that.
Well, will it turn out that way? At the end of it all, will it be the week of the rookies' revenge? Get a little back in the season of 2025. But Easton Fothergill, the reigning world champion, on top of our leaderboard right now. We will be right back to Lake Hartwell. Tomorrow on Fox, the stars of NASCAR head to Talladega. The biggest thrill ride of the year. Coverage of the Jack Links 500 at Talladega starts at 2 p.m. Eastern. The green flag flying at 3, only on Fox. Well, there's a tradition, loud and fast. Loud and fast out here on Lake Hartwell as well. We got rookies playing big this time around, including Tucker Smith of Alabama. He has been working very, very hard to make it to the Elite Series, and now he is living the dream.
My last 2 days on Lake Hartwell have been a lot of fun. I've run around a bunch and caught a bunch of fish. I've caught a bunch of spotted bass. And it's my favorite species of bass to catch, and I love these herring lakes. I love here in Lanier. They're so much fun. They're full of fish. The fish are big, and you can do all kinds of different stuff to catch them. First day I caught all spots and caught probably like 40 fish the first day, but had 16 pounds, didn't have that big largemouth. Today I had 18.9. I caught a 4-pound spot and a 4-pound largemouth. So it was a lot of fun. Got to go up shallow and catch that big largemouth today. So had a good time. Hopefully we can go out tomorrow and catch a couple more big largemouth.
Well, it has been a great tournament for the former college national champ, former high school national champ, and many more other accolades in day number 2. showing off 18 pounds and 9 ounces, an upgrade. Better day 2 over day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Tucker has been just fantastic. Every level of B.A.S.S. competition with, like you said, high school, going to college. He won $1 million tournament with Logan Parks.
Right. Not even to mention that, yeah.
Came in leading Rookie of the Year, lost it on day 1, came charging back yesterday with that big bag.
Small one there for Tucker. Not going to help.
Tucker starting the day in 5th place based on his first 2 days competition, and didn't take him long to get started catching fish this morning.
Didn't take him long. He's starting on the same point that he had started on the first 2 days with Wesley Gore sharing this area. Yesterday, I think they had a few more anglers there on the point with them, but it looks like just he and Wesley Gore today, starting off on the herring spawn, very shallow bar down lower to mid-lake, I guess you would say, the lower part of the lake. Open water, a little wind, and that's certainly an asset out on this open water. And then transitioning to fishing isolated cover. Mid-depth range, I'd call it, 5 to about 15 feet of water, brush piles, cane piles, isolated rock piles and stumps. Tucker Smith catching a lot of bass. Important for him to try to catch 1 or 2 largemouth each day.
Let's get out to the man who spent the most time yesterday atop the leaderboard, didn't wind up at the very end on top. All marks getting it done here on Hartwell. Catch from just a few minutes ago, right before we came to him. Now we're live.
I'll catching a lot of his fish on a jig head with a fluke stick, soft plastic bait.
Decent one. The other one that bit it was so big. Honestly, think it might have been a striper. It was so big.
What you got?
Once again, he's leading the event.
It'll be interesting to see. Paul went to the bank, pockets, looking for those largemouth quite a bit yesterday. We haven't seen him do that today. It'll be interesting if he stays out offshore all day long. Perfect conditions with the sunshine and enough wind to keep these fish biting all day.
Not a very nice one.
He is catching them.
Man, if you're Drew Cook or Drew Benton or Randy Howell and playing in your head, this guy is catching them while you're spending time.
And they know that, but I'm not sure they know they're catching this many. It would really mess with you, But hey, Drew Cook, Randy Howell, day 1 leader, Drew Cook, day 2 leader, sight fishing, only catching a handful of fish a day. These guys catching 30 to 50 a day. If they stay out offshore, they honestly catch at least 40 bass in a daytime. Drew Cook's hoping to catch 8, maybe 10.
Well, now he's on top with a 2-ounce lead over Easton Fothergill. Happens pretty fast. You're up, you move down a little bit out here. And that'll go on all day. Patrick Walters.
Come here, little guy. You're not that guy. Golly.
big size showing up yet for Patrick Walters. He is in 10th place.
Was that reference? Hey man, you're not that guy. Hey bud, you're not that guy. You don't have the abilities to fight me like you think you can.
There's a little perspective on where Drew Benton is with regard to Main Lake. Not Drew Benton, Drew Cook, I'm sorry.
Easton Fothergill with another nice fish. He caught that 5-0. He just landed a 3.5 pounder. He's over 15 pounds on the day.
There's Drew.
Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there, baby. Stop that. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Yes, sir! Haha, we'll take a freebie whenever we want. Yes. Boy, I don't know how she didn't come off. Oh, dude, it's got a hook in her throat already. It broke somebody off. It's a nice one. Somebody got broke off on this fish like yesterday. Four-pounder. Yes, sir. Got a freebie. I can't believe it ate it. Oh. Yes. Maybe things are trending up. Yes.
There we go. Good job.
Yes.
Pitching a freebie. It appears that fish was just cruising down the bank, not on a bed, and he pitched a bait out in front of it. You'll see that a lot on this lake. Immediate post spawn, those fish start gradually moving out to the lake around those spawning bars and points where those blueback herring are.
Well, the jackpot there didn't cost him a lot in terms of time. That's a happy coincidence there.
Yes.
A happy outcome. Been a while since we checked with Jay Shakur it.
Been pretty slow so far. Thanks.
Out of the top 10, trying to work his way back in right now.
5 seconds after the man on the dock told him good luck, he caught one.
Oh, that was cool. Glad I could show you one. Yeah, he ain't bad. He's kind of skinny, but I'm from Wisconsin.
Saturday
Is it on Fox today?
FS1.
You're on FS1 right now.
Getting a free meet and greet with our AOY points leader right there. That's.
You see that one guy on the dock slinking in the background when they said you're on TV right now? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
They don't know I'm at the lake right now. I'm supposed to be at work.
It's Saturday.
Used to be standard operating procedures at weigh-ins. Says make sure you're not sitting next to someone you're not supposed to be. We're on TV today.
Oh, look, Patrick Walters got one hooked up, and look at the group of fish following it. A lot of them there.
Another one with him. I need to tag these fish in a minute and see how big they are.
Patrick using a mysterious minnow
Yes,
type bait.
the elusive, whatever it is.
The Murray minnow, whatever it was last year.
That's it.
Okay, look out. Don't know what that'll help him a whole lot there. His smallest was 1.5 pounds, or that might give him an ounce or two. You got to make it an ounce at a time out here. Everything's so close. Look at that, 6 pounds. That's about the widest margin we've had in a top 10 for a while during this special week here. Paul Marks back on top, ahead of Easton Fothergill, but not by much. Cook, Wagner, and Tucker Smith rounding out our top 5, and we will continue on into the morning when we return. I want to mention that if you're looking for a super challenge, a little more challenge in your fantasy play, check out the Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Challenge. Choose your eight anglers for the next available event. And when you choose them, here's the twist. They're not available for the rest of the season after you choose them. So you have to do your best to make sure that you pick the best angler for the lineup at the best lake he's going to be at for his particular skill set throughout the years. Not easy to do, but it makes it very, very interesting.
There were some some fans who chose Lee Livesey for the Classic at Ray Roberts versus Fork, and they were happy about that. But
yeah,
he may win Fork. Who knows?
Paul Marks.
Little football. Look how short he is.
So that one helps him. Paul Marks with his fairly slim lead ahead of Easton Fothergill as it stands right now. It's been back and forth between those two for the last hour or so. Let's take it over to Tucker Smith. Tucker standing in 5th place as it stands right now. And he is, we understand, very close to Easton Fothergill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, both. There's a double going there.
That was
Spit
Easton
up a herring.
swinging one in a boat, and Tucker does the same.
Said it was spitting up herring. There's a good group, Davey. This morning, Wesley Gore and Tucker Smith were right beside each other. So these 3 anglers, as he's culling for Easton, those 3 anglers are all doing well and all near each other this morning.
956 miles of shoreline, and we have anglers who can throw a rock to the other person's boat.
How does that happen?
Well, then they're not even fishing the shoreline.
That's right. We only got 45 acres, 45,000 acres of water, but we got 950. That is 7 times the amount of shoreline as Okeechobee.
He just ate it.
The great thing about Lake Hartwell, Ronnie and Tommy, is it's really big, and there seems to be a spotted bass or a largemouth bass in every square inch of it.
Yeah, no kidding. They are just piling up some
one of
big
the best
numbers.
Tournament fisheries you can have.
Yeah. And everyone claims it's getting better every year. Hartwell laid out lots of feeder creeks, lots of ins and outs, twists and turns. As a result, there are 962 miles of shoreline on Lake Hartwell. Compare that to the only 840 miles of the entire California coast.
That is absolutely amazing to compare those two. I've spent a lot of time on Lake Hartwell, but I would have missed this if someone said, which one has more shoreline? The coast of the entire state of California versus Lake Hartwell. And it's not even close.
No. It's a washout. You take a giant lake like Okeechobee, 135 miles of shoreline on Lake Okeechobee. You can get lost here if you want to.
It might take you 10 hours or more to drive up the coast of California. It might take you 10 hours or more to get weave in and out of all these docks and stuff on the lower end of Hartwell. You could fish your whole life and not fish the whole bank at Hartwell probably.
It'd take you way more than 10 hours to
I was
drive
gonna
the
say,
Pacific
that's-
Highway, coast of California.
That's averaging, what, 84.6 miles an hour there.
You've never driven with me. I got Steve Bowman with me, and he's got a badge.
They'll love you in
Brian can do
California.
Yep, we know how you drive now. You can go up the coast of California in 10
Wes
hours.
Miller can make that drive in 6 hours, guys.
I don't doubt that. I have ridden with him.
That is not fun.
Stay on.
God, that's a Shakur trying to make up a little ground here from a little bit slower start today.
Like a good one here. 3+ pounder.
Stop.
Size fish mean so much.
Yes. Look at the shoulders on that one. Heck yeah.
Jay catching almost
God.
all of his fish around boat
No
docks.
kidding. Look at that
4-inch
stocky
ocho.
fish.
Proud of that one. That's what he's been looking for all morning long.
That fish looks pretty small.
Almost 4.
Number 5 will bump
312.
up on our top 3.
God. Those are the ones they need.
Look, Jay's another one spent a good time yesterday around boat docks.
Yeah, he's fishing a drop shot and that wacky rigged ocho around these docks. A lot of the fish he is catching are fry garters, but that fish pre-spawn, and those are the ones you want. It's close to 4 pounds.
All marks?
I'm just gonna hit some new water. I hit my spots, been catching my bigger spots, and I haven't caught any yet, so I figure they would probably not be there again. It usually doesn't work like that. Catch them same place 2 days in a row. So I'm gonna bounce around. I have a lot of other stuff that's real similar to that, so hopefully I'll run into them. Yeah, son, it shouldn't affect the spots too much. It's probably gonna make some largemouth maybe pull up on the bed but I'm just gonna stick to spots until I can get a good limit, and then I might go and largemouth fish.
Paul Marks from a noted hotbed of spotted bass fishing, Lake Lanier in his home state of Georgia. We caught up with him last night to talk about how it stacks up against this place.
Lake Hartwell Shoreline's pretty big and expansive. There's a lot of water on this lake. Took a while. And running around looking for bed fish and all that. You could run all day and never see one if you don't know what you're looking for.
Lake Lanier is very similar to Lake Hartwell. But don't let them fool you. They've spent a lot of time on Lake Lanier, but they've also spent a lot of time on Lake Hartwell. Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Emil Wagner, Georgia boys with a lot of experience on Lake Hartwell.
And like Lanier and Hartwell are so similar, but like the little difference is Lanier seems to be a tier higher spotted bass fishery than Hartwell, but Hartwell has a whole lot more largemouth, but you'll maybe catch a giant largemouth at Lanier. Like it's two ends of the spectrum. Not a ton of largemouth at Lanier, but you can catch a giant, tons of huge spotted bass, and then Hartwell's just kind of the best of both worlds. A lot of largemouth, a lot of spotted bass, and they're all both getting bigger.
Back to Howell.
You ready? Good one, too. Gosh, oh, dog muddy. Gosh. I can't believe he not hooked it. I didn't wait quite long enough. I watched him eat it. I let him go just a little bit. I should have let him go just a little longer before I jerked. Dadgummit, that was one of them 3-somethings right there. Paired up. I saw he was facing, it's perfect because he was facing the bank. He hadn't seen me. And I threw the sinker right over his face and he just, and I let it turn. I knew I had that cable there to worry with. I had that beat, he just wasn't hooked good deep enough. Dadgummit. That's a largemouth there, that's a good sign. That's what we're looking. Man.
Take a look at Randy Howell. He spotted this fish. He's been spending a lot of his time fishing behind these boat dock cables, and sooner or later it'll catch up with you. That fish there hitting the cable and the hook came right out. But he said, hey, it's a good sign. That was a largemouth up shallow, a new one.
Definitely his approach, sort of to do battle against these guys out there catching giant numbers. Big spotted bass that live here on Lake Hartwell. Now, missed opportunity there. We'll get back after it. Paul Marks, though, the man still sitting on top. Easton Fothergill, world champion, made his presence known in the top 10 today in a big way. Shakur at #1. Points in 2025. We got some superstars battling it out on Lake Hartwell. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us. Very important day today. Third day of competition at this fourth stop of the year. We got half the field cut in half after yesterday's qualifying rounds. There are 50 anglers out there battling it out, and only 10 will make it to tomorrow's championship Sunday, and a chance to grab the fourth blue trophy, vaunted blue trophy of the year. They're very hard to win, and if you get an opportunity, you get to fish on a Sunday, that's a good thing. Your leader right now, Paul Marks.
Maybe help. Might be a help there.
Better one.
Almost catching a lot of spotted bass down close to the Lake Hartwell Dam. Spending most of his time. He and Luke Palmer are the two anglers we've had cameras with that seem to spend a lot of their day within sight of the dam.
Notice Takumi Ito has slipped into our top 10. He started day one in 45th place, cut that in half, and today was 21st. Now he's in our top 10 at 7th.
Watching the weigh-in yesterday with Dave Mercer, and heard Taku say that he had finally figured out something here that he felt like he could have another good day.
You think this would be a good one for him?
Yes.
This lake sets up for him pretty well.
And his fellow countryman has joined him in 8th place, Goya Fujita, over 11 pounds today. He had a second 20-pound bag on day one, Fujita did.
There's 4 out of your top 5 right there.
An hour on a
2-pounder if you don't know. And it's like, that's not what we want. I just want to see this fish. Maybe if we go really slow. Slowly come up to her.
Bottom left there, Drew Cook casting a glide bait. We saw him catch his big fish the first day on a glide bait, but he knew that fish was there on a bed. To see him doing this, I don't know if it's just a change in strategy for him or he's just not seeing as many on the bed.
Could be.
He's putting it down now.
Not one we're after. Wait, is that her? Oh.
Perfect. They've just thrown it over it.
Unless there's two.
Small one possibly for Drew Cook there.
Drew mixing it up, the glide bait and a few other creature baits, but most of the fish he's weighed in been on a Nori's front flapper, 1/4-ounce sinker, and a 4/0 Gamakatsu hook. This wind will be an asset for these main lake fishermen like Paul Marks and Tucker Smith, but we'll see. Normally fishing in these pockets for looking for these fish visually, a little wind is not your friend. Mix a little wind with the pollen that's on the surface of the water, it makes it very difficult.
Drew said yesterday he's vowing to go way slower today. Not gonna. He thinks he's passing by a few. Got some Tucker Smith watchers down there in the corner.
I saw one that appeared to be a striper guide boat earlier this morning fishing close to one of our anglers, but think about it, it's a Saturday, late April in South Carolina, and looks like a lot of the anglers they're just watching or they've gone to another lake and they're not a lot of other fishermen out there, it doesn't appear. Just let the elites have it for the weekend,
Yeah,
maybe.
that's mighty nice of them.
Yeah.
They don't have to do that.
Certainly don't. It's a public lake. Drew Cook seems to be doing more just fishing, not just looking, than we've seen him do the previous 2 days.
We might have to find somewhere.
He got himself a little bonus fish, kind of moving from one spot to the other. Maybe that's encouraged him to test a few more theories out there. Get over to Wesley Gore.
Just 2 fish, he's fallen into the 20s.
Wesley Gore.
Under the dock. That's about typical.
Catching a lot of his fish after the early morning around the boat docks like Jay secured.
Quick, easy one. I've had that one bagged up. I've never even been in this pocket, so just wanted to look. It's a fresh one. Oh, it's up here. It's number 3 though. Got to start with 5.
Not the start he wanted on the herring spots early in the morning, but he's just got his third keeper in the boat.
Wesley in his second year on the Elite Series. Had 2 top 10 finishes last year as a rookie. Out here.
A century belt.
And a century belt. Good, yes, Such, absolutely.
He's a very good young fisherman. Very good.
Very promising start out there last year. Keeping it going this year. We're going to keep going through this morning. We're running out of morning here faster than you think. Spending Saturday morning out here live. The best in the business at the Whataburger. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. A very important tournament along the 9-event series for these top anglers. We have got them battling it out on day number 3. Very important. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of today. If you manage to do it, you get a shot at the championship tomorrow. Championship Sunday.
Tommy, speaking of the best in the business, the star of the show every single week is the bass, and boy, they have shown up big. You look at that leaderboard there, 10 anglers all catching them within just a few pounds of each other at the top of the leaderboard. We were looking at the 45-pound margin the last time we were on FS1 for our winner. Not going to be the case this week.
No.
When we're thinking about Lake Hartwell and blueback herring fisheries, you may be from a state that doesn't have that, but there's a couple lakes, probably about 10, maybe 12 in the country that feature blueback herring as the predominant forage for these fish. So when you think about the Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, Easton, Fothergill, Emil, Wagner, the guys fishing offshore, these long points, the shoals that pop up, you may see a buoy or you may see a tree on the end of a point. This is what you're seeing under the water. Blueback herring are a saltwater type pelagic species of bait fish that swim and swim and swim. So if they're on this point today, they may be on the next point tomorrow. You want to collide where the bass are on the point when the blueback herring get there, and you're able to capitalize and make it work. And so we're at the Bass Pro Shop's top tackle section over here with Davey Height. And Davey, it's not just a one bullet in your gun. I'm going to pick up this one thing on a herring fishery and do well. You kind of got to have 5 to 10 rods out on your deck.
You're exactly right. And these anglers, they're looking for this offshore cover, oftentimes cane piles or brush piles. You're right. The blueback herring, they are constantly moving. At night, they're circling street lights on a lot of these boat docks. They're circling light. In the daytime, they'll circle around this piece of cover because this shade is covered for them. So a lot of baits that these anglers will be using this week, and whether it's shad or blueback herring, you always want to try. Well, let's start with that. A soft plastic jerk bait, a fluke style bait. A lot of different companies make a bait like this. Certainly a shad, blueback herring type imitator. And these anglers will use these just with a hook, with no weight to keep them up close to the surface, or with this this hybrid swim bait head. You see a soft plastic jerk bait here to fish this bait down in the water column. We all love to throw a walking type topwater bait, this Rapala Jowler, this one right here, right over the top. And ideally, if you can call them up with this first, catch a few fish, and maybe they get accustomed to this bait and they won't bite it, then you pick up the soft plastic jerk bait, catch a few more fish, and then you can even go farther than that. You see Paul Marks and some of these other anglers using these stick baits. He's using a Zoom fluke stick, weightless, wacky rigged, and then also with a jig head. So there's a lot of variety. The bigger swim baits, just like you're saying, the hard swim baits.
And you're seeing around the docks, some of these anglers, even sight fish, the 1 or 2 jointed swim baits, working it slower to get their attention, but there are some different jointed swim baits we use out on the points. You know, the Magic Swimmers, the 4 or 5 joints, reel them really fast, keep your bait moving for those bluebacks, because they don't sit and pause. They're never just sitting there chilling. They're always moving too.
They don't, and you notice all of these baits will be used by these anglers. What we saw Kyle Welcher do in the last event, one bait does not happen on these type lakes with the blueback herring. You have to use a big variety of lures.
I always ask for you two guys whenever I visit the bait and tackle shop. You always have got the pertinent baits in stock.
Well, you're going to find.
I like it like that.
You got baits in tackle shops with Davey's face on them. Tommy, you will not see my face on a single bait in this tackle shop.
I see plenty of it here at work.
Yeah, buy the ones with Davey's face on them and say okay.
Sounds good.
And that's why blueback herring lakes, there's a couple in South Carolina, one in North Carolina, a couple in Alabama, California. There's some things like that. If you have an advantage like Marks and Smith and Emil Wagner, that's why your advantage is so strong.
Paul Marks searching out another spot to land on. Probably going to be full of fish too, if this week has been any indication of that. Shakur little bit of a slower start for him, but he has pulled it back in, moved himself up to third place. He's been either third or fourth throughout every hour of this entire tournament.
He and Drew Cook are really the only two that we've had consistently in our top 10 this week that don't get off to that real quick start. Drew got a good, solid, like 4 to 5 pounder each day, but the numbers, getting his limit, it's not been easy.
He never seems concerned about getting that early limit either. It's like, I can do that any old time. There's a big one over there.
He always seems like that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
It's just
does.
like, I know I'm gonna get my 5.
Yeah.
No need to get in a hurry. See him making multiple casts under the front of this boat. He's obviously looking at one with his live sonar. He's got his poles down, making the same cast. Probably a male guarding fry in the shade off the front of that boat, in that boat dock. Hooked up. Oh, we lost it.
I don't know what that was. I think I had a little spotted bass hit it. Scared me. Yeah, a little spot.
Shakur here, we remind you, starts the day as the leader. The Progressive Angler of the Year points, very important race. Throughout the course of the season, develops whether you're going to, makes a difference whether you're going to make the Classic or not.
Boy, he has been
notoriety in a big way.
Been ultra consistent.
Oh, God.
To start his career. I mean, coming from the upper Midwest, they normally have a hard time transitioning to Florida, but he has not skipped a beat down there to start the season, and that's why he's AOY so early this year. Normally he charges late. He's already there.
Tucker Smith.
Didn't see the fish, but it sounded like a heavier fish making a splash, and it is.
A little bit, yeah.
Heavy.
That's a chub.
Yeah.
We heard that yesterday from an angler or two. It's a nice one he's culling there.
Tucker started right in the middle of our top 10 today, and he has not been budged out of that spot. He's going to be hard to dislodge from there. Back to Jay Shakur. It's still got his eyes on this spot here.
Off camera, we did have Easton Fothergill cull again. He's over 16 pounds now in second place.
Jay moving his boat forward a little bit to get a better casting angle. Must be a bigger fish that he sees for him to go to this amount of effort to try to get this fish to bite. Got him. Had him.
That was dumb. Just had that one. That was dumb. I shouldn't have tried that. Gosh, dang it.
Did he break off with the rope or something?
No, I just came off.
After a lot of effort there, he moved
Had
his
one of
boat,
two choices
got
there.
the perfect angle and hooked
Go
up
for
on
the
it.
flip, or hope to God it stays on and jumps 6 times. I like the flip option. It is what it is. There's no way she bites it again.
He had the momentum coming to him, Davey. I mean, you can question it all day long, but that's like it's already surfaced and it's coming to you. Go ahead and swing it.
Well, I think he did the right thing. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but the cable right under, basically straight under his feet, under that part of the boat. If you try to fight that fish, there would have been a good chance that fish would have gotten in the cable from the dock there. So, yeah. It didn't work out for him, but I would have tried to do the same thing.
Word is, parent bass, when they spawn, they teach their youngs, hey, blueback herring are things you want to eat, and cables are what you want to swim by, because you'll have a good life if you do those 2 things. So they're smart.
Begging. Not that big, but I can take it.
You want to get your line stretched, go out with these guys.
Absolutely.
Goodness, wow.
They actually all do guide, Tommy, so you probably could get a spot in the boat, actually.
They're running some great ads for their guide services during the course of this week. That is for sure. Just sit back on the couch like these folks right here and see how it's done. That's what our show is all about, how to catch more fish. Watch carefully to see the best in the business doing it again and again and again. Big day, 3rd day of competition at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Let's take a snapshot right now of where we stand. This field of 50 out here gunning for 10 spots in the final tomorrow. Paul Marks of Georgia is the man on top, the world champion. Easton Fothergill, pretty early on in the day today, ascended to the top of that leaderboard, and he's still very, very close right there. Shakur, our leader, Angler of the Year points, is in 3rd place. We got all the superstars of 25 out there at work today. Drew Cook, Tucker Smith, and Emil Wagner. Taku Ito joined the top 10 along with Kyoya Fujita, Drew Benton, and Randy Howell, our day 1 leader who caught an almost 8-pound bass on Lake Hartwell.
If you look at that top 10 real quick, you see some young, good clear water specialists using forward-facing sonar, and then you see about 4 veterans, just like the best in the business, using their eyes or polarized sunglasses, going around these pockets along the shoreline.
Patrick Walters, who's done big things on this body of water for a long, long time, sitting there just outside the top 10 today. So a little bit of a slower start for him. Down to page 3 of our leaderboard, and Austin Felix made a run at the top 10 yesterday, fell a little bit short.
Got a guy like Andrew Loberg last in our Rookie of the Year, really kind of questioning his approach to the elites the first 2 events, making his first Elite Series cut. You always good to see that.
Lee Livesey, Justin Hamner, they've been making their moves a little later in the day than the previous 2 days. Hopefully they'll do that today.
Jordan Lee, a lot of people picking Jordan to do very well here. Had it up pretty high yesterday, but couldn't quite sustain at that rate.
Just off camera for today. Trying to get back up there. He's lost about 20 spots today.
Brian Schmidt in the mix as well. Corey Johnston made the top 50.
Probably the least, and I don't mean this in a bad way, just much as expected from the Johnson brothers. At least we've talked about those 2 fishermen in a very long time.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a very oddball event in that respect, because they're always a part of it.
Top 10 talk.
Top 10 and winning.
Take a look at the fish catches, not for the entire tournament. So far today, just shows you what a great fishery this is, how spread out it is. These ones here in the lower part of the screen just going away there at the dam, and then you move all the way up mid-lake, a lot of fish catches. And not only in the coves and pockets like you would expect a lot of these sight fishermen to be using, but out on the main lake here of Lake Hartwell. Get up close to takeoff, Green Pond Landing, a lot of fish being caught up in that area also. A lot of fish catches. This is unusual if you're just tuning in. Only 50 anglers out there today, and you know it's mid-morning or so there, Eastern time, and a lot of fish being caught so far.
Let's get off our first look at Luke Palmer.
So, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating, no doubt. I mean, you know, I obviously want to catch them quick, but I mean, I haven't caught them before noon any day. Like even yesterday, I mean, I did catch that one good fish early, but we'll just keep swinging around. I mean, heck, it can happen any time here. You know, a lot of guys, just like that right there. Come on, be a good one. It looked like a pretty decent one if it's a bass. Yep. Yeah, pretty nice one. It's definitely better than having 3 fish. Come on, buddy, get up here. Just a matter of time, man. You just got to keep going around. Just keep swinging on them. There'll be some eventually bite it. He's obviously not what we need unless we catch, I mean, if I had 4 or 5 pounders in him, I'd be tickled to death. But that's 4. Ha! Even down on live too, maybe that's what I needed. Nah, it's just, he's got to kind of.
Luke Palmer, another one of those anglers who's been catching most of the fish that he's weighed in the afternoon.
Back out to Tucker Smith. Wow, there's a jumper.
That was awesome.
Ooh, almost dropped you.
Small as fish, 2 pounds. I think this one will help him. I'd love to see that jump again in slow-mo. That was
a acrobatic.
It looked like 3, 4 feet out of the water. Skyrocket. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Like a half gainer.
Spotted bass are certainly acrobatic. Largemouth tend to be a little lazier jumpers. Set the hook and right out of the water. That's usually when I lose them, Tommy. Not Tucker today, though.
No, he got that one in fairly quick for such a lively.
Just what we were talking about, Ronnie, of offshore brush piles, using a jig head swim bait.
Emil Wagner. What's the difference between a brush pile and a cane pile?
I guess you could say they could both be called brush piles, but typically cane piles are cane, and the brush piles would be some other type of wood, whether it be a sweet gum tree, an oak tree, a cedar tree, a Christmas tree. You know.
This is that place where you hear that term.
Yes.
For some reason, it's popular here.
Can't see cane on certain types of electronics as well.
That's a good one. Oh yeah.
The hollow.
Need this one.
Nature of cane.
Oh yeah.
You don't have that
Get a
density
different
for the
return.
electronics. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. That'll work. That'll work. Hopefully he goes 3. I don't think he's quite there, but should be a good
This is going to be a shootout of ounces for the guys that are fishing offshore. Emil, Tucker, Paul, Luke. They're not going to run out of fish.
No, it doesn't look like it. It's
just a average size of fish is going to determine at least the winner of the offshore cover fishing.
Yeah, they're all just wailing on them today and every day.
It's that X factor. If a Randy Howell or a Drew
Too
Cook
good.
finds a 6-pounder, that's the shot in the arm they need.
Brandon Cobb did tell me
water finally,
caught a 411 spotted bass in
Just caught
practice.
another one. I don't
so
think it's even going to help, though.
there is a little hope for
Nice, that would be good
that
for
size
somebody.
out there.
Yeah.
I don't think
Not the
it's
6 or 7 pounder stuff.
Before we step away for a moment, I want to remind you of the kayak, the whole kayak branch of bass fishing, of tournament fishing, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, and Ronnie Moore. We got a big tournament going on today and tomorrow.
Second most kayak anglers in a bass event ever, 233 at Dale Hollow.
Wow. Hit the QR code, find out more about kayak. Getting pretty close to the midway point in our 8 hours of fishing. Day number 3 at the Whataburger Elite Lake Hartwell in South Carolina here. Very, very tight competition here as we look at the leaderboard. Paul Marks of Georgia spent most of yesterday on top of that board. He's on top now. World champion Easton Fothergill right behind him. Shakur, Smith, Cook, Wagner, Ito, Benton. They've busted into the top 10. And Jay Shakur, a guy can catch him whether it's rivers in Florida, rivers and Great Lake situations, and also the spawners here on Hartwell.
No kidding. Look at that.
You know, fishing the spawn, particularly on Lake Hartwell, is a real challenge. You know, I personally have kind of, I wouldn't want to say figured it out, but I've kind of have, you know, my way of doing it, my own way of doing it. I utilize my eyes and I utilize live scope at the same time. So a lot of the time on this lake in particular, you know, these fish spawn a lot deeper than people think. You know, they'll spawn in 5 to 8 foot of water, places that you cannot see them. And a lot of times those fish that are spawning down there are the easier ones to catch. Now, vice versa, when I'm fishing for the ones, you know, that are up there in the dirt and, you know, 1 to 2 foot of water, those are your spookiest fish. You know, you have to stay way off of them, things like that. But in particular this week, you know, that shallow bite, you know, bed fishing bite for me has been very challenging. The minute I find a female and a male, the female automatically leaves. I can generally catch the male, but I have not quite unlocked the trick to catch the female yet, and that's what I'm hoping to do the next couple of days.
Jay Shakur, it seems like he's been out here for such a long time. He has not been out here a long time. He's just done so much.
Yeah, and he did a great job describing what he's been doing here this week. He's been fishing for bedding bass from 1 feet of water out to about 7 or 8 feet using his eyes and his electronics.
Let's get it out to the pride of Colgate, Oklahoma right now. Luke Palmer having a good tournament here in South Carolina.
I think that's a better one there. Well, we come up after it now.
Definitely a help there. Smallest fish, 1 pound, 4 ounces. You can see that was a lot smaller than the one you just put in there. A little G juice to take care of those fish.
Palmer, as you say, doing more of his damage in the afternoon today, so not to worry about that. Bit of a slower start there. Fell out of the top 10. He'll probably work his way back at some point.
that's the one thing we didn't see last year when we were at a blueback lake like Lake Murray in mid to late May, was that bite was done by 9 a.m. And if you didn't get it done, there was no afternoon hope. Here at Hartwell, you can make hay in the afternoon. We've seen 2 or 3 guys every day do that.
Where did you go?
Let's see, this view of Patrick Walter's live sonar, those are the cables that you see. And those are bass coming towards his boat, following the one that he has hooked.
Easy. Easy, what are you doing? I hate spotted bass sometimes. They just fight too much. Those head shakes are just what kills you. Got her. Here we go. Finally. Ain't a big one, but purple.
Very rare mistake by Patrick Walters here, leaving his bait. And
I was gonna say, what is that ghostly creature hanging out the side of the boat?
The mistake is we're not zooming in on it to take a moment.
Floating object.
That's bad. That's really bad.
Playing it close to the vest there, Patrick Walters. It's funny, twice today, it's fun to watch his sonar there. And twice, I think it looks like he's had a big one getting after it and got a little one jump in at the last second and grab.
That happens
That
a
is
lot.
not unusual, right?
That happens a lot.
Look what we got down here, bottom left, Emil Wagner.
Oh.
Actually within sight of the bank.
Wow.
Paul Mark's making a move as well. He may be headed up to that territory as well. We're seeing those guys who are really good offshore in the morning, Davey, start to, I got to mix it in around midday.
It's interesting, you see the anglers that don't have as much experience here. Randy Howell has some experience here, so does Drew Cook, but the Paul Marks, Emil, Tucker, they're all in the same, they got the 1, 2, 3 punch. Blueback herring, shallow bars or points in the mornings, go catch some fillers, spotted bass, midday, then go to the bank, look for a big largemouth. And then when you get tired of doing that, go back out and catch more of those spotted bass. But they all three have the exact same strategies.
And here they are in the top 10?
Yes.
Little moves like that just might get you caught. Sweet. Heck yeah. Well, I'm just fishing around a bunch of new stuff. I've marked a bunch of stuff in practice, you know, just isolated structure, rocks, brush, stuff like that. And I'm just running a bunch of it, trying to just hit stuff that people haven't hit. Everybody's been running around hitting a bunch of stuff, so
been trying to find, isolated structure, stuff that's not super noticeable. That's how I've caught my fish the last 2 days, just fishing, cruising fish and also structure-oriented fish that are smaller stuff that's not visible really unless you look really hard. So got a striper going down on it right now. Yesterday I thought it was a striper going down on it and it was a big bass. So maybe it's another one.
Oh, that's not a striper.
No.
Good bass.
A big bass.
It was another one. He was just swimming around that brush pile.
Some heft to that one right there. That may help him a little bit. Help secure his spot right in the middle of our top 10.
You start trying to find some new stuff and you end up gaining some momentum, Tommy.
Absolutely. Good fish there for Tucker Smith. We got all our guys catching them fast and furious here today on Lake Hartwell, and there is more to come. Continuing on into the morning, we're about to run out of our morning hours here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. The fishes they have every day for 8 full hours. A little more, a little less. Weigh-in's not till 3 o'clock Eastern time today. Looking forward to that. Getting with Dave Mercer, who was the master of ceremonies there. Dave Mercer is making a minute or two for us here today. Dave, good to see you out there again today. Non-stop fish catching out there. This is a great place to have a championship among the best of the best. I think you'd agree with that.
Yeah, no, this is, we went from somewhere that was phenomenal last week in North Carolina to somewhere that is phenomenal, but in a different way. This is not a battle of quality, it's a battle of quantity. I mean, 2 days in a row, we had 102 anglers weigh in a limit. And you look at the previous weigh-in when we were in Pasquotank, which was an incredible fishery. I mean, it was the most dominant victory we've ever seen in Elite Series history. Obviously, it was an incredible fishery, but so different. And this one, I've been spending time with a lot of our anglers that didn't make the top 50 as part of our live cast this morning. And it kind of feels like a lot of guys are scratching their heads because when you miss the cut by a big weight, you feel like I wasn't doing the right thing. But in this situation, the most important thing is, the balance beam. Basically, your culling. We've seen, ounces this week. This is very much like a northern tournament, very much like a smallmouth tournament, or what we'll see at our last event of the year in lacrosse. We do not have a lot of drop-off in this event, meaning that you don't see anglers without a limit. So when you do not have that drop-off, everybody is pretty even. So it's a great week. It's a great place to go fishing, and you can tell why this community has built up the way it is, because people like to catch fish, and this is definitely one of those places you go, and you're going to catch a lot of fish.
So, Dave, I've got a question for you. You mentioned the tournaments. It's like a northern tournament. You've fished in a lot of northern tournaments. You've emceed a lot of the northern tournaments. And we've seen through the years where largemouth dominated those northern tournaments many years ago, and then it became a deal where you had to have a mixture of some smallmouth and some largemouth because the population of smallmouth got so much bigger. And now we've seen it go full-blown. You almost can't be competitive in a lot of those northern fisheries with just smallmouth, with just largemouth. You have to have smallmouth because they're bigger. And we're seeing Lake Hartwell kind of do the same thing. Are you sensing that? And the next question is, do you think this tournament will be one with a combination of the two, like we saw the smallmouth and the largemouth do up north?
It definitely feels very reminiscent of what we saw up north. And up north, it was all bait driven. It was clarity of water. I mean, zebra mussels came along, the water got clearer, the fish became a lot more aggressive and a lot better predators. Also, we had gobies, which became, a very fat, nutrient-rich, dense bait fish, and the fish gained weight. Same thing's happening here with blueback herring. I think this week we're going to see a mixed bag. We're going to see anglers that do both. Paul Marks said it best to me. He said, I feel very comfortable catching 15 pounds. He said, but the key to winning this tournament is going to be those sight bites as the day goes on. But the key with that's going to make things better is for the first time this week, we're starting to see this bright sunshine, which should, make the fish easier to see, should lock the fish on a little bit better, and I think we're going to see those key sight bites. But though you're going to need those spotted bass to get you to that point. Get that 15 pounds like Paul Marks says, and then go in shallow, get a couple of those key sight bites. But if this evolution continues, we may get to a point where this becomes a straight-up spotted bass tournament. I mean, you look at a Lanier, where the spotted bass are just a little bit bigger. That evolution seems to be going a little further there, where you can totally win that tournament with that. But I still think on this fishery, you're at a point where you're going to have to go both ways.
Dave, back to the spawning bass. All these guys are aces at catching them now in these days, but we have certain experts that are really at the top of that field right there. And as you've talked to them through the week, do you feel like the supply of those fish, catchable fish, up shallow water spawning is going to hold up for another day here? I mean, we hear a lot that we're past the prime. We got enough fish to make this tournament great for another day after today.
I think we definitely do, and I think for a couple of reasons. You look at the sight anglers that we have in play, a Powroznik, both Drews. You're talking about the best of the best. These are anglers that go to fisheries when people say, I don't know if the sight bite's going to play, and all of a sudden it plays for them because they find a way to make it work because simply they're just better at it than most of the anglers. Another reason is if you look at this playing field, I mean, you guys have talked about it, I'm sure, a ton. It is such a winding, twisting maze of water. There is so many little nooks and crannies, and that's what makes that spawn last a little longer. Not that it lasts longer, but I think it just doesn't get exposed as quick. And we've seen all week long where you've had anglers that vacant beds where a fish moves in. So I think that I have no doubt that those guys will be able to catch him, and you're going to have the battle of two different things happening. Paul Marks, who's going both ways, and then you're going to have guys like Drew Cook who are locked on and play that gambling game that he played yesterday. And obviously we saw it took till 3:02 for him to catch that kicker fish and obviously take the lead in this tournament. So I think we will see the sight bite play. I don't think it's going to be like a Florida event where a lot of times a sight event in Florida, that bite peters off, but most of those fish are a lot more exposed here and don't have a lot of the cover that you have in this area. And by cover, what I mean is the shoreline and how twisty and windy and it is. I think you're going to see it play all the way to the end of this tournament.
Well, we love all that stuff and look forward to much more of it. Thank you so much, Dave Mercer. Dave, we'll see you at the weigh-in for sure. That starts at 3 o'clock Eastern time. And, man, a lot to be decided, and it's going to come down to a very near making it to the top 10 and not close enough. A lot of disappointment will be running through some of the participants here.
Yeah, it really does seem like what happened up north where the smallmouth became a factor and then they became a big factor. You almost have to have them, if not totally them, and it's kind of happening here on Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's a great comparison.
Here's an angler that's all in on the spotted bass and having a great tournament, Luke Palmer.
He ate that thing. Just right at 2 pounds.
Luke Palmer's 7th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. His big moment came here in South Carolina. A different sort of environment down at lower Lower elevation, the Santee Cooper Lakes had a great tournament against some tough fishermen. Came out on top back in 2022, I believe it was. Paul Marks of Georgia, the rookie, on top. A rookie behind him who also happens to be the world champion in second place. And our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Jay Shakur in third. We got some good ones battling it out. With just 2 races left before the Indy 500, the IndyCar Series hits Barber for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. The fastest racing on earth continues live from Birmingham May 4th on Fox. We are about to launch into the second half of our fishing day here. The first half hour, 4 hours have gone very quickly. Been a lot of movement and a lot of fish catching on this very important day. If you're just joining us, we had the full field fished the past 2 days. Cut the field down to 50 for this day, which is traditionally the qualifying day for the big finale, Championship Sunday, and only 10 will make it out. The top 10 finishers today, as decided at the weigh-in, coming up later.
It's like yesterday, some of those anglers not quite making the top 50. There'll be some anglers that just ounces from making that top 10 for Championship Sunday.
I just think they were the victims of fate, and kind of they will have been.
Yes.
More or less. Randy Howell laid the groundwork to try to make it into the top 10 with a day 1 lead.
There he is. Got him. A little bit of a helper. Big old head on that one. It's cool. He gave me a chance. I got it down there and wiggling. I saw him go down on that log on the active target. He went down on that log, and I kept wiggling over his head, and he come back and got it. He just got a big head, but he's really skinny. Oh, here's gonna be fun now. He's only 2 pounds and probably a couple ounces.
Get a look at Randy Howell. You can see the log there that he was talking about. That fish was relating to it. Probably a fry garter, if I had to guess, looking at the fish and the location there. Randy catching almost all his fish. Once he leaves those herring spawning areas in the morning on this 5-inch wacky rig Cinco. He might be set up on another one.
There's one. Oh, come on. Come on. Gosh, he's fast. Got him. It's a little chunker there.
A little bigger than the last one.
That's 2 out of 1 pocket.
Corner pocket.
Mm-hmm. 2, not about 2, maybe a 2-4. 2-3, 2-4. Red, I said, right?
What a fishery.
Yeah.
Back-to-back fish in the back of a pocket. We go out offshore with the other anglers catching the spotted bass. They're
that
everywhere.
Was awesome.
Where can you not
catch
catch
on the top of the water by them limbs and started just dancing it, making it look like a top water bait. And I saw the wave coming and I killed it and I felt it just load up. I don't know what they think that wacky Cinco is, but it's just amazing how much they love it. Gosh, catches fish everywhere you go. It's got to be the original Cinco because the other baits that look like a Cinco, the stick worms, they don't wiggle. They don't wiggle. I'm telling you, you got to have the wiggle. Man. Oh, it didn't break. Thought it broke my wire guard off, but it didn't.
So There's a wire weed guard on his hook there. A good look at it.
That's why I got a 14-pound leader on right there.
Hey, Matty Wong caught a 5-pounder. He was one of our last guys in. 4 guys tied for the final spot. He's about 2 pounds from making the top 10, and he's got a 4-pounder and then 3 under 2 pounds. So
wow.
A couple culls.
Great move for him today.
Brian Smith, who was tied with him, is a couple spots in front of him with 14.8 today.
Well, this is Tucker Smith right here, and he is hooked up again. Looks to be a good one.
It does. Yes, sir.
Oh gosh, she's freaking out. Don't do that. It's a good one. Spotty. Another 3-pounder. Almost 3.5.
Tucker's at the point where, in my opinion, it's going to be hard for him to upgrade out there with just spots. It'll be interesting to see if he goes to the bank. He hasn't done that yet, but he is really like right there where they're all look to me
Let's
to
get
be
it.
very close to 3 pounds or over.
That's good.
Davey, there was a 3.9, moved him up to 14 pounds, 3 ounces,
Yep.
second place. He's got a 2.4 and a 2.6 on his Bass track still. The other ones are all 3.
Yeah, I think he said, like, what is that culling? And he said he's culling a 2.5, so he might have
Yeah.
those 2.25
Yeah, just the
and
two.
2.6.
Lowball those a
At
little
least, probably another 6 to 10 ounces to his Bass track minimum.
I admit, as an angler, I have a tendency to big eye a fish, but I haven't seen a fish that he's put in his live well lately that looked like it was 2.4. They look more like 2.12s, but maybe I'm just big eyeing them.
We'll be keeping tabs on him, see if he decides that ceiling has been reached and time better spent trying to catch something to really separate him from the crowd.
Yeah, that's the big question, whether they're 2.4s or 2.10s. Is he going to go to the shoreline and look for a largemouth?
Because there's going to probably be, 5th through 10th going into the final day are guys who were all very consistent with spotted bass, but they haven't gone and fished for largemouth, and those guys above them, they don't know what their day holds for them each morning, but they at least catch one big largemouth to help them, and big being a 4+ pounder.
Yeah. Tucker did say this morning, though, that he likes to fish for spotted bass. Oh, yeah. A lot of these other anglers just kind of do it out of necessity, but he likes to fish for these bigger spotted bass, so maybe he stays offshore the whole time. And he's not fishing deep, but he's not in those protective coves and pockets.
Well, that's a good move up to second. He dislodges Easton Fothergill from that spot, puts him down to third.
That was that
right
one
now.
I was telling you when we were pulling up. I was sad I lost that nice one yesterday. That was it right there.
A little different, but we saw him do the same thing on his home lake, Logan Martin, which is a spotted bass factory, but also has largemouth. Almost chased down Josh Butler for the Opens win last year. He got second on basically all spotted bass offshore.
And I think it's important to note, those Opens are 3 days. And it's hard to chase down an angler that catches like a Randy Howell, 7:15 on day 1. But the more days you have to do that and catch those solid 15 to 17, 18 pound limits, like you'll most likely do with the spotted bass, the more
wear down that
the
lead
chance is
a little
going to
longer.
happen. Yes. I mean, he just moved into second place, and I'm talking about he should go to the bank. He needs to keep doing exactly what he's doing because he's moving up the leaderboard.
Yeah, there's the don't leave him biting thing, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Here they both come from the right. Well, finally found me a bed with a female on it. She's pretty fired up, but the male is extremely aggressive and protective over her. He really won't let her bite it. He does everything in his will. He's been hitting her in the side and stuff, keeping her away. And she's tried to eat it a couple of times. I'm so super far off this bed. You can see I'm making a long cast, so they don't know I'm here. But if she'll keep coming up there like she just did twice just a minute ago, I can catch her. But if that male bites again, I'm gonna go ahead and catch him and get him out of there, and we'll just try it. I'd rather not do that, but at this point, that's kind of what I got to do. I got another male right here, and there's a third female or a second female somewhere just kind of milling around. I don't know if it's on that bed with that male or if they're both on this bed. They were all three hanging out together, but now I've just got the one male and the one female, and the male's starting to act weirder and weirder. I mean, he's swimming right to the boat right now. So I don't know. Probably should have caught him whenever he bit the first 9 times. But we'll see. Hopefully we'll get us one of them, or all of them, because we need them. We do need them.
Back to Emil Wagner. 6th place he stands right now.
Oh, wow. I don't think she's that big. Well, oh yeah. Dang, they're so skinny. Be a 3.5 on Lanier. I don't think she's gonna help. Maybe an ounce or two.
If Emil says it's a big one, Tommy, it's not as big as he thinks. If he doesn't say anything until they're at the boat, it may call an ounce or two.
Could be a big one.
Could be. We figured it out 3 days in.
He's sitting about 12 3/4 pounds right now as Emil Wagner. I would like to have her up about 15 before too many more hours pass. Paul Marks, though, hanging in there on top, and Tucker Smith making the move over the last 30 minutes, getting up ahead of Easton Fothergill for 2nd place. Plenty more to come from Lake Hartwell in the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite stop number 4. At Lake Hartwell. We think a lot of Lake Hartwell. We do a lot of Bassmaster events here. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole. Things are going great today. We've got a great race. I mean, it's been since the start of this thing, Davey Hyde. I mean, everything's been bunched so tightly. Total contrast to the last stop at the Pasquotank River up in North Carolina. And it's just great to have both. I think both of those have been supremely entertaining.
It really is. And when you come to Lake Hartwell, like you mentioned, everybody loves to come to Lake Hartwell, have a Bassmaster tournament. But this exceeded expectations. I mean, the amount of weight it took to make the cut, more than most people thought. The numbers of fish, it's just been better than people even thought. And there's high expectations when we come here.
If you're kind of bubbling under that top 10 right now, and the time starts to wear down on you, and you've got like 11 pounds, do you change routes? Do you flip the script a little bit?
I think you have to. You know, if you have that and it's almost second half of the day there, you have to go look for that largemouth. There's still some fish coming up, not as many as there were 3 or 4 days ago, but if you've got 11 pounds now trying to make that top 10, you've got to do something very different. And in my opinion, the best chance is to go find you a 4 to 6 pound largemouth on the bank.
All right, we got plenty more fishing on the way, but here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, comes fully equipped with a Ronnie Moore and Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge.
Yeah, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to talk about Lake Hartwell a little bit and take a deep dive. We'll go into the deep dive app. We've been talking the last couple days about how this lake sets up. Lake Hartwell, 960 plus miles. Let me circle 3 general areas: this top portion of the lake, this mid portion, and then the lower end of the lake. And it's not just, hey, pick your poison on what area of the lake you want to be in. It is this portion of the rivers and the lake begins to spawn faster. This one is the second one, and the bottom, the dam portion of the lake of Lake Hartwell, is the last place where spawning fish start to pop up. Water clarity is always going to be a little dirtier up the rivers, up lake, but when you think about the spawn in all of those areas, you start to think about how these anglers are laying out. And I put 6 anglers on our map here. We've got Randy Howell, Drew Cook, Jay Shakur, and then we've got Emil, Wagner, Paul Marks, and Tucker Smith. And if you're thinking of the sight fishing guys we've had on camera, you've got the guys like Randy Howell and Drew Cook in those traditional areas, Andersonville Island and north, where you'd expect shallow spawning largemouth to be. It is getting a little tougher for them. Drew Cook's noticed today he's caught 2 or 3 bonus fish he didn't see or know were there, and they popped up. So they're still filtering in there, but not as heavy. Meanwhile, you see somebody like Jay Shakur, who is fishing down in the south end, but isn't fishing like those trio we're about to mention. He is up in Lightwood Creek, in the backs of the creeks, up near the docks and on the bank, looking for those sight fish, just like the guys at the north end. He is fishing a different stage of the spawn. Yes, they're still spawning fish, but this is a newer wave, a fresher wave than those more northern bass. Now we think about the 3 anglers I have at the bottom. This is traditionally where, when you're seeking out the herring spawn, you're going to be more main lake, less in the creeks. You're going to be on those points, those shoals, those islands. But when you think about, you could do that at the top of the lake all the way down. If the herring spawn's not going well earlier in the morning up top, you're going to start to seek it out. And these guys have fished new areas every day. And now, today, where the herring spawn treated them well this morning, they're starting to make hay on the south end. I think we're going to see some of those spotted bass guys do that morning deal more traditionally on the south end tomorrow. And you're going to start to see some of those sight fishermen. Maybe someone rises up from the south end that has given those creeks more looks today than the north end.
Tucker Smith having good success today with his chosen path and that part of the lake that you pointed him out on.
Oh my gosh. That's a giant. Yep.
Yes, indeedy.
Mm-hmm. That's more like it.
It's got me shaking, son. It's over 4. $4-pounder.
That's why Tucker's not going to the bank. He has confidence to catch 4+ pounders.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you know you're going to
Never
catch those,
fished here in my
why would
life.
you leave?
Never fished there in his life. For a guy who has a lot of history on Hartwell, never fished in that spot.
16 pounds on the day for Tucker Smith. He's over 50 pounds now.
Still that one he's staying out far on. Drew Cook, I guess.
God, dude, he just hit her so hard. Come here, baby, come here.
Did you notice the bait came out of the fish's mouth right when he got his hand on it?
I didn't see that.
If we can see that again, that bait came out of that fish's mouth right when he got his hands on it.
Well, that's a good one too, huh?
Big break there for Drew Cook.
Oh, man. That's huge.
It takes him so long to catch those 4-pounders. So just catch fish. He's not catching many a day, but if you watch this closely, he fights his fish. It jumps the second time, the third time up by the trolling motor. Pay attention here when he gets his fish. He takes so long to catch one of these 4-pounders and get it to bite. He has to land every one. So important. Watch his rod go limp and the bait.
Whoa, right on out.
Right out of his mouth.
As soon as he lifted that thing.
He noticed it right there too.
Yeah,
Our game is a game of inches, a game of seconds, just like other sports.
Drew Cook moves him up right there into second place, behind Tucker Smith, who just ascended to the top spot right there. So it's Smith, Cook, Marks, and Fothergill making out our top 4. Drew Cook, what a reputation he has at that kind of fishing. And he gave us a little more insight into what happens here on Hartwell.
That one.
The past, I'd say like 3 years, it's been kind of wishy-washy. The whole spawn, they don't have calendars, so they have no idea what the day actually is. It's a time of year, it's a water temperature, moon, you know, the shortness, longness of the days that have more to do with it than anything. But there's a lot of fish right now on Hartwell that are, some of them are so post-spawn, like they spawned in March. And then some of them, I've seen many pre-spawn bass. And so it's kind of weird. It's almost May and you still have pre-spawn bass in South Carolina. But you know, the same thing's happening at my house at home. And it's just one of those weird things. We keep having like crazy wind. And it seems like it's been like that for a month all across the southeast. And that wind blowing that hard keeps that water temp down because it's blowing that cold water in, mixing it with the surface water. And I don't know, there's spotty places where like you can tell it's the majority of it's over with. And then there's places where like you won't even see an empty bed on the bank.
Yes, sir. Got a freebie. I can't believe it ate it. Oh.
Pushing on into the latter 4 hours of fishing here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Just to get you up to date, if you're joining us right now, Tucker Smith, the rookie from Alabama, has taken over the lead just by a few ounces over Drew Cook. Drew Cook, who had the lead to start to the day, got a little bit slow, and it always starts slow for him. He doesn't go out and catch a small limit quickly, but he has bounced back, caught 2 good 4-pounders caught in the last 10 minutes to make up number 1 and 2 on our leaderboard.
It is.
All Marks, Easton, Fothergill, and the Yeti cut line. Very, very important. Who's on that hot seat right now? It's the day 1 leader. Feeling the heat from the seat, our man Randy Howell. But he can change that with one swing of the rod, that's for sure. He's been around them all this tournament. We just saw him catch a couple of good solid keepers and a little nondescript turnout back in the middle of nowhere, it looked like to me. Yeah. But that's the thing about this place. They catch them everywhere. It's just a tremendous place, tremendous place. Drew Benton, who had bumped himself up into the top 10, back out again. Patrick Walters started in the top 10, trying to work his way back in. Drew Loberg, the rookie. Got 3 rookies in our coverage today, starting the day in the top 10. That's how you get a boat with you. You get a cameraman in the boat with you all day. Luke Palmer's got one.
He has one almost every day we come to Hartwell, whether it's the Classic or not. He's just done very well. And A lot of Oklahoma anglers have done well at Hartwell, and they've mentioned it just feels like some of the lakes that they fish in that southeast Oklahoma region.
Yeah, kind of like Grand, no vegetation.
Northeast, yeah, Grand,
sort of
and the little 10 killer to it, a little.
My first trip to Grand, I thought of Murray and Hartwell a lot.
Yeah.
Very similar. These conditions today with more sunlight is definitely what Luke Palmer was wanting, and I think it will help his afternoon even more so than the first two afternoons with the clouds and just a little sun breaking through. He's fishing deeper than most of the other top 10.
Definitely bigger than anything I got in there. Gosh, dang it. Too much line out. Oh, it's a little better with there now. Damn. Oh, man, a little better one.
Certainly one of the right ones there. Beautiful spotted bass.
Yeah, that one's thick. Fed up.
There we go. There. Almost 3.5. Almost 3.5. There we go. That's one.
Look at that. Good solid 3.5 pounder. Luke Palmer has caught most of what he weighed in the afternoon on day 1 and day 2 because the sun would just start peeking out a little bit for him, and he seemed to think these fish would setting up a little better offshore when that sun would come out. And we've got more sun today than we've had yet so far in this tournament, and I expect to see Luke Palmer catch a few more like this. 3.5 pound spotted bass average is really about, we saw Tucker catch one over 4, but if you can get to that 3.5 pound average, 17.5 for spotted bass is a good day. Here we go again. Oof. Another good one too.
Yeah.
That was neat. That's another 3.5 pounder.
Talking about the presence of that sun, smallmouth anglers sometimes wish for more sun, so they think the fish can see better.
Yep.
They see their bait better. And is that kind of what plays with
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Spotted bass? Okay.
To me, the spotted bass is has a lot of in-between characteristics between the largemouth and the smallmouth. A little bit of both, I guess you'd say, but a side feeder definitely.
Yeah.
And a spotted bass is a biter. Like they're always biting. It seems, whether the big one's biting or not, but they always seem to be biting.
That's why you see they're more aggressive in their feeders, even in colder water more so than the largemouth, and that's why you see them get into some of these southern fisheries and just population-wise, they just overtake.
Yeah, they can outcompete everything.
They do. A lot of the states have upped the legal limit to keep the numbers. South Carolina is certainly one of them, and lower the size limits to try to help keep that population from overtaking the other game fish.
You don't want to lose your large.
Right.
You don't invite a lot of people to lunch, Davey, unless they're the ones who are going to eat off your plate too. Then you stop inviting them to lunch.
Been watching much of this over the last few days. You know what's about to happen. Oh, that's another. Oh.
I got him that time, though.
Nice one. Another 4-pounder.
That's a healthy one. Now we can get on that side and fish for that one. Two and a half. Number 3. Number 3. All right.
Let's take it back over to Tucker Smith right now. He and Drew Cook locked at the top there, battling it out at the top of the leaderboard here as we get on further into the afternoon session. Still morning by the clock, but feels like afternoon to these guys. Been fishing since very early.
Wow.
Let's go. Largy, son.
Largemouth.
Welcome to the boat.
So I don't have to go to the bank, Davey, to catch a largemouth.
He's not far from it.
Yeah. And he switched up bait tactics there too. A little reminiscent of last year at Murray.
Three-pounder.
Yeah, he mixed it up there. It looked like he had a soft plastic jerk bait on, weightless, right up on the surface of the water, calling that fish up, probably off of a brush pile or a cane pile.
Tucker Smith has found the sweet spot out there. And a good day to do that. Get yourself set up to make a run at a first elite championship tomorrow. And a few other hopefuls we're following today.
Big one. Stay on. B3. It's not that big. They're all the same size today. It might be close to 3. They're all the same size. Yeah, he's not that big.
It's a little chunky.
Yeah. Same sizes. He beats Cole's a little bit.
Ounces, Tommy, ounces.
Yeah. That's what it's going to come down to. Make that bold prediction right now. The end of the day tomorrow. It's going to be fun watching, too. Man, we have seen plenty of action in the last, say, 35, 40 minutes. Drew Cook back up in the lead. Tucker Smith had the lead for a while. Paul Marks. Neil Wagner with one that might help.
Easton, Fothergill, I think we've had like 8 lead changes.
Yes, I mean, that's what we want. We'd like to see them. It's a horse race, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big, long horse race. It goes all the way to the end of the day tomorrow, but we got more today right here. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell, a place we are proud to be there. Look at that green pond landing. Visit Anderson is our local host organization, and our hats are off to them for providing so much support, community support, the support it takes to build a magnificent facility like Green Pond Landing from the community of Anderson. All of that combines to make this a great, great tournament destination among many places in this country that are terrific. But boy, as far as the facility goes for the headquarters of the tournament, you won't find anything like that anywhere. That's state of the art. I think my view of it is like the SoFi Stadium of it's state of the art. It's completely up to date, big capacity. It is made for the purpose.
Yeah, and hats off to Visit Anderson. I mean, everyone, more and more people enjoying the great outdoors, but limited access is an issue. But that is a premier access to one of the premier bass fishing lakes in the country.
Let's get out and checked in with Wesley Gore in a while here.
Just be easy. Be easy. I see him. See him under the dock. See him, you see him under the float?
I see him.
Oh, wow.
Big old male fry garter is what that is.
He's under the float over here now.
Put that one right on his head.
All right, I got him pretty much dialed in. Let's see if we can get him on it. It's a 2.5, 2 3/4. It's a good one.
We may not be able to see it, but there's a group of bass fry under that dock.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
That's cool.
So that male will follow a bait until it's not a threat to the fry. He'll probably catch the fish now. Well, we nipped at it. So now he's not gonna bite. You have to get it back under there.
And stay out.
Yep, exactly. Probably gonna go down right now.
Buddy.
Nipping at it. And stay out. Again, I told you, you better not come back in here.
Don't make me go get Bruno.
You just also have to realize at home, we're watching a perfect cast every time.
Oh, yeah. Not an easy cast.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Probably a 10, 12-inch window there. He's putting that bait in every time. He's going to catch this fish, or have a chance to hook it for sure.
Wow. That was a really good cast all the way up underneath there.
Less interested.
Yeah. Well, it was a gallant effort.
What likely happened is the fry that fish is guarding could have moved back under the dock farther, and it's not a threat anymore.
Yeah.
His bait's not a threat.
Different angle, maybe.
Yeah.
Different. Give it a couple more minutes.
That was Wesley Gore we were watching there. We hadn't seen him in a little bit. Let's move over to Jay Shakur.
Not a big one, but it's bigger than his smallest fish at 1 pound even.
They're not that big, but that's okay. We get rid of a 1-pounder anyways. I was hoping that was like a high 2, but
just over 2. Calls out number 4. It's better than this one I'm about to pull out. But, oh man, it's been a day. See you, buddy. All right.
Secure it. Burst onto the scene back in 2022. It seems longer ago than that. He's been racking up accolades ever since then on a regular basis. And finally reached the end of the season up near the St. Lawrence River. Man, oh man, he did something that had never been done before.
Yeah, absolutely. Caught over 100 pounds of smallmouth bass, and we all got to know Jay Secure. If not a little before then, certainly the world realized this young fisherman had a bright future. See his dad there, a great professional walleye fisherman and a good bass fisherman. But Jay Secure, 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series St. Lawrence River champion, and man, it wasn't easy. There was some stiff competition. The Johnston brothers.
Oh, no doubt.
What he did against some formidable competition.
4th year on the Elite Series. He got 10th in the AOY race his rookie year, winning Rookie of the Year too. 6th his sophomore year, 7th last year, and he's leading right now. He has never been outside the top 10 in the points race.
That's about as good and consistent as we've ever seen.
Right there with, if Patrick Walter's early resume shows us anything, and Patrick went from the college series to the Opens to here. Jay went from the local series to co-angler to the Opens as a boater, now to here. So different paths as well.
I remember his dad saying, "We're really worried if he's ready for this yet. We're concerned if he's made that jump to the elites a little too soon, even though you have to qualify to get there." But he's certainly he's certainly
good
ready.
to go.
Yes.
At 23, he became our youngest Elite Series winner.
Wow.
At that time, yeah.
And now you have to be a 9th grader to win that.
Yeah. And that won't last.
Be a sophomore or junior.
Maybe we should leave me alone, turn around. It won't. Surely it did not go down on it. I mean, it'd be cool if it did, though. I thought that would have seen it further away.
A little slugfest we got at the top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, you look at that, only 9 ounces apart. But if you don't keep up with bass tournaments a lot, one thing to note is with Drew Cook's limit, he has 2 1-pounders in the live well, so it'll be easier for him to upgrade. Tucker is, his smallest fish to me looks like getting close to 3 pounds, 2 3/4 or so. Definitely 2 1/2, but it seems like a bad thing that he's got 2 1-pounders in there, but it could be a good thing. Catch a 2-pounder, he gets a 1-pound upgrade.
Yeah.
That's easier to do than what Tucker's doing, trying to catch more 4-pounders to have those significant upgrades.
Prepare to step away for a few minutes. Want to let you know about Bassmaster, its program, a B.A.S.S. initiative to bring in more women, accommodate women, let them learn more about the sport of bass fishing. Find out whether they want to take part in a series of workshops is how they do it. Got one today at Lake Hartwell, also coming up on the Sabine River, ICAST, and Lake St. Clair in the months to come. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. It's been one of our more memorable day threes, semifinal Saturdays we've ever had here on Bassmaster Live. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, here with Ronnie Moore and Davey Height. And Davey, what's going to prevail? I mean, what is it going to be? The shallow one, the spawners up on the bank, or out there fishing a little deeper?
That's a great question. I don't think there's been many surprises for those of us that have seen Lake Hartwell at its best. The big thing to me is Drew Cook, or the other we're going to call pure sight fishermen that are on the shoreline, they will have to catch a 4 or 5 pounder, because Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, and Emil Wagner are going to 3-pound him to death with those spotted bass offshore. He's going to have to catch a 4 or 5 pound largemouth this afternoon or tomorrow to have a chance to win.
Ronnie, look at the names at the top 5. Drew Cook, Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Jay Shakur, and Easton Fowler. This is an all chalk outcome here.
Oh, absolutely.
Right now.
You have the best sight fisherman in the world, undoubtedly. You know, if he's not top, he's top 3, Drew Cook. And you have Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Easton Fothergill, Emil Wagner, like you said. Those guys all consider Lake Hartwell either a home lake or one of their favorite lakes. Then you have a guy like Jay Shakur mixing both strategies together at times. He has been one of the hottest anglers. So yeah, the style of this tournament and the way it's played out, exactly like we'd expect, which, Davey, we love surprises, but boy, we love to hit the nail right on the head with the hammer sometimes.
Lots of fantasy players think they're doing really great.
Yeah.
Maybe not as great as they thought vis-a-vis
Don't
the rest
overthink
of the crowd.
Hit the chalk.
Let's catch you up to date on what we have seen with our Yamaha Midday Report, and we'll start with our points leader to start this day, Jay Shakur.
Yeah, you were right on target there, Ronnie, with the Jay Shakur. Very consistent, kind of mixing it up. And that's the key to his consistency, is he does a lot of different things, and he's doing only 2 things here, really. He's using his forward-facing sonar to sight fish for bedding bass, and he's also using his eyes and his polarized sunglasses, fishing them around boat docks a lot, catching some fish that are on the bed. A lot of what he's catching, though, are actually immediate post-spawn fry garters. But Jay Shakur has been very consistent, very solid, and I think he is one of those anglers that has a chance to catch that big largemouth that could separate him from the others.
We saw him have to get the cast angle down the side of a dock around some cables, perfect to try to get a bigger bite. He got it to bite and lost it at the boat as he swung it in. Those bites like that, you can't afford to lose when you're on a numbers game against guys who are catching 30 to 50 fish a day.
Yes. Good solid fish for him there. That fish is actually spawning, or maybe even pre-spawn. That's a very good looking largemouth there. I think his biggest asset is he is one of the anglers that has a chance. He's not catching the numbers, but he has a chance to catch a big largemouth.
Finally, Marks, a different approach here for Paul Marks. He's putting all his eggs in one basket so far.
Yeah, great tournament for Paul Marks. Yesterday, he spent more time up shallow during the middle of the day trying to catch that largemouth. He hasn't done it today, but a big key for him is having these blueback heron spawning areas that he's familiar with, Lake Hartwell. He knows where to go for the first hour or 2 of the morning to get some fish in a live well. Has a good chance to catch, let's say, a 3 to 5 pound largemouth doing that, but not as good a chance. Even though he's fishing shallow, those fish that are on those herring typically are going to be 3 to 5 pound largemouth. Those are the bigger class that you can catch out there. Gets a few spotted bass in his boat doing that, and then he is straight up today. Been offshore cover, a few stumps and rock piles mixed in, but a lot of man-made brush piles for Paul Marks. Catching a lot of fish, a lot of fish.
Currently standing at 13 pounds and 4 ounces right now. Hour into the afternoon. Big move of the day, one of them for sure, is this man here, Tucker Smith. Had no problem getting into the top 10, and when the mid-morning came along, he went on the offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Tucker Smith started on a point for the 3rd day in a row with Wesley Gore. Said there's some big largemouth there. He lost 2 of them yesterday, he said. Today, he never got a real big largemouth to bite. Did start out on the blueback heron spawn, but then he immediately started fishing offshore cover, catching a lot of fish. He's one of the anglers that I don't think we're going to see go to the bank itself. He did catch a good largemouth just a few minutes ago. Not far from the bank, a shallower piece of cover. But Tucker Smith is going to be one of those that I said, a Drew Cook, a Randy Howell, some of those anglers, even a Jay Shakur, one of them is going to have to catch a big one today or tomorrow to separate themselves, because Tucker is going to catch a lot of 3-pound bass between tomorrow and Championship Sunday's final weigh, when the weigh-in.
Whatever happened to him on day one, Tommy, was uncharacteristic. 16.4, which is not a bad bag, but he had 18.9 yesterday. He's already just a touch under 17 right now, and that is just Bass Track. He could already be in the 17s. Definitely the last 2 days, Tucker's turned it up a notch.
16-11 right now for Tucker Smith unofficially, and your leader. He was the leader to start the day. He fell down out of the top 10, and he is back on top. Drew Cook.
Well, if you're a fan of old school sight fishing, you're going to be on Drew Cook's team. He's got some people that's going to challenge him the rest of the day, today and tomorrow, that are doing different things, mixing it up, but he has not mixed it up. We see him throw a glide bait, a few other little baits to try to get these fish going, but he is using his electronics just a little bit, but 99% of the time, he's seeing these fish with his eyes, doing a good job, and hats off to him. It's no secret what a lot of people thought would happen coming here. There would be a few people that would do exactly what Drew Cook has done, but he has outfished one heck of a field of great anglers, and it's just no secret. Everyone knew what Drew Cook was going to do when he came here to Lake Hartwell with the conditions we've got, and he just does it better than most.
I can't believe
Been a real treat to watch Drew. He's been very generous with the information, kind of walking us through everything, talking about every little trick he knows in order to get these big spawners to bite. He's a good teacher.
He really is.
He speaks very well about what he does, and he's passionate about it.
Yeah, a few years ago, you wouldn't see many anglers at all that would give up the secrets that he has, but he has done a good job educating a lot of us on what he does to get these fish to bite.
Well, he has the slim lead. Go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, you're starting to see on the map, our private map, the way everyone's laying out, you're starting to see some distribution. More people in the creeks with Jay Shakur, more people gravitating to that lower end of the lake that we're seeing make a charge.
Trey McKinney, Taku Ito moving into the top 10. Otherwise, it's populated with anglers who started the day in there. Who's outside? Well, Kyoya Fujita spent some time in the top 10. Randy Howell, our day one leader, right behind him, behind the Yeti hot seat.
You see those Chargers, Trey McKinney jumping in there, Andrew Loberg, Robert G right here in the top 16. Those three guys within sight of each other on a point down south. So you know that the herring spawn, though that bite's lasting a lot longer in that region of the lake right now.
Very interesting. Great, great competition. This is a good one. Let's get out to Paul Marks.
Yeah, McKinney just jumped and he caught 2 3.5 pounders in the last 20 minutes. And Loberg did about the same. 312 and a 3.5.
There's a good look at a brush pile these anglers are fishing around. You see there's at least 2 bass, 3 bass. One's coming up to meet his bait. He's gonna, hook up.
Right on. Oh, I got 2. I got 2. One's a big one. The big one stayed on. Come here.
Hope the big one doesn't get off. One of them's gone.
That was pretty sweet. Where's my pliers?
That was a great shot.
The big one stayed on. They never stay on when that happens.
What was happening there? One of the fish got off, but luckily for him, it was a smaller one. That, like he said, that never happens.
That never happens.
It cost me the tournament at Lake Murray that I finished second in. Had 2 on a topwater bait, very similar to that, and
3.
The big one got off.
Ugh. Well, he found himself in 3rd place. He had to catch 2 fish because he had to jump over 2 people.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out that way.
I like seeing the topwater in his hand now, even though it is middle of the day, high skies, no wind.
Pretty
You think that's terrible? That could be some of the best topwater times during this time of the year.
About a pound cull there, I think he said 3.5.
Drew Cook's got something spotted here.
Like, I don't have the slightest clue what's actually happening up there. And I don't really know how big any of them are, because I mean, there's so many of them.
The Up in the far left there.
It looked like there was some 3.5, maybe 4-pounders up there.
Directly below that really
maybe throw a drop shot up there.
Brown spot at the top of the screen.
I don't really know if this is gonna work.
I see them now. They're actually a little farther away from that real dark spot, I think, Ronnie. That looks like vegetation. Kind of between the, it's almost like where the waves have made two little berms there. They're right in between those two berms. It seems like a good thing to have 4 on the bed, but sometimes it can be more difficult. Trying to get their attention.
We can't get our drone much closer. He's got to be backed up. You can tell he's backed up because you can't hear it. Right. You know, in the background there. So
you don't need the propellers making waves, Tommy.
Right. You don't need that. We're going to check back on this situation. You can bet on that when we come back. Tomorrow on Fox, the stars of NASCAR head to Talladega for the biggest thrill ride of the year. Coverage of the Jack Links 500 at Talladega starts 2 p.m. Eastern. The green flag flying at 3, only on Fox.
That's my favorite track. I've been there a few times.
Oh, man. Fast and loud. It's a spectacle, that is for sure. Let's get back out on the lake. Got a little more fishing to bring you here. It's been super exciting today. Drew Cook has provided a lot of thrills and chills, and as a result, he's the man who sits on top of the leaderboard, right where he started when we began our day this morning. He's looking at multiple, we think, spawners over there. According to Drew, more than one.
Boy, this thing got hot.
What's some nice ones?
Hot.
See him swimming around.
Yep.
One big one right in the middle of the bed.
Leave that be.
Yeah, kind of like a carousel up there. Round and round.
Yep.
I mean, I hate to leave something like that, but like it's also not worth spending a couple hours and not catching one.
Drew Cook leaving those fish. Just his knowledge of doing this for many, many years. Just because you see a couple 3 or 4 pounders doesn't mean they're worth spending time with. His biggest fish yesterday, he ended up spending over 2 hours on, but he always felt like he had a good chance to catch that bass. These fish, not so much.
And he would know.
Yes.
If anyone would know. Now we can, Drew's moved away, we can get a little closer with the drone.
Look what
Wes is showing us what he was looking at.
Holy cow.
Oof. They don't like the drone.
They don't. Or if they were that squirrely and doing big circles, that was Cook's sign.
That was, yeah, signal to him. Old Davy.
Is that the drone I hear?
Yeah, that's the drone right there. It's got its own stereo system.
That's the Power Pole drone. Power Pole replay of the day. Let's see what we got here. Tucker Smith. Oh, yeah, I think I know what we're about to see here. Power Pole replay today. Tucker Smith with a 4-pound Lake Hartwell spotted bass. Right after I said,
Look how long that fish.
I wonder if Tucker's going to go to the bank because he needs to catch a 4-pounder. Well, Tucker said, no, I don't need to go to the bank to catch a 4-pound spotted bass. Power Pole replay of the day for Tucker Smith is the biggest bass of the day. A big old 4-pound spotted bass, Lake Hartwell. Beauty. Okay.
Oh.
We got to be fair to Drew Cook. 4-pound largemouth is just as good as a 4-pound spotted bass to Dave Mercer and Lisa Talmadge when they take them to the scales. Drew Cook, we got a duo Power Pole replay of the day, 4-pound largemouth, 4-pound spotted bass. Which one do you like best? The Drew Cook sight fishing 4-pound largemouth or the spotted bass from Tucker, Ronnie?
I'd love to sight fish a 4-pound spotted bass, you know what I'm saying, get the best of both worlds. But I'll go the sight fish. I love sight fishing, but spotted bass are my favorite species out of the three.
Well, Paul Marks couldn't pull it off, but you had a double right there, Davey. That's a good job on the
Hey.
Power Pole replay of the day. You got them both in.
Paul almost had it if he would have been able to land both of those, but good for him. He did land the biggest one.
Giant one. Oh, gosh.
Ooh.
Looked like a pretty big spot. I couldn't tell, though. Pretty nice spot. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Whew. Super skinny one, but he's big. Talk about crushing it. Oh my gosh. Could be a 4-pounder probably. If it wasn't so skinny.
Having some fun.
Oh, back to this. Oh my gosh, now we got a real tight shot on those fish that Drew was looking at. Oh, it is, the madness is on.
Now you would ask yourself, how or why would he leave these 4 fish? A lot of experience. I don't think anyone can argue with what Drew Cook knows about sight fishing. You think the more the merrier, but be more difficult to catch. He thought he could not catch them with all 4 of them up there in the mode that they're in. Wow.
That's rare and wonderful right there. We've never seen a shot quite like that on Bassmaster Live.
And Davey, explain the spawn when there is 1 bass up there, 2 bass, maybe 4 bass. When they start rolling, that it's
well, they're spawning. Oftentimes when you catch them, it's just before the spawn or just immediately after. But a big problem here is you learn the personalities, if you will, of these fish. And you heard Drew Cook talk about the males doing this. He's aggressive, or he's not aggressive, or she's. But with 4 up there and all of them about the same size, you can't even determine which one is which, and they're moving around so much. So you certainly can't get a feel for the personalities, which one might bite and which one not.
Cook's making a move. I got an update about that. Clifford Perch, one of the 52 anglers who did not make the cut for today, missed the cut, said that's the bed that I started the tournament on, and they were gone. And when I went back there, they still hadn't shown back up. It's probably a good sign that they have returned there, and I would expect, knowing Cook, that he'll catch them later. That is from the couch from Clifford Perch. But wow, imagine starting your tournament with the high hopes of catching 4 and they're not there. And they show back up for the leader on day 3.
A lot of anglers talk about, and I agree with this, the thunderstorms during the night will really mess with these fish a lot, and they'll move off and then not show back up for 12 hours or so. I don't know if anyone truly understands, but it's a thing.
Puts them in timeout a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. We have seen plenty today. My goodness, what a battle it's been. It has been on.
Yes.
The old school human eyeball bed fishing, and we got the action going on offshore.
Got him that time.
Randy Howell, a little bit of
3
everything
pounder.
out there today. You couldn't ask for more.
You really couldn't, and the variety, we talked about this on day 1, about the amount of variety of techniques, lures we would see, and here we are on day 3 of the event, local 12:30, and they're catching them 2 at a time on topwater lures on a sunny day in South Carolina. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, we don't get that every time around. We're very thankful to be here in South Carolina on magnificent Lake Hartwell.
If it seems counterintuitive or it doesn't make sense, Davey, just do it anyways, because these fish will do things you don't expect them to do at all.
Don't forget the weigh-in is at 3 p.m. here at Green Pond Landing. You can find that televised for you on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer will be leading the festivities, and we will get our top 10 official for tomorrow, the championship round.
Guarantee you there'll be many chubs weighed in this afternoon.
Well, that top 10 will make their appearance tomorrow right here on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Coverage continues today on Bassmaster.com at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the championship round of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Lake Hartwell.
Here, Green Pond Landing, and I know we keep saying that, and I know it sounds like a commercial, but I'm telling you, this place, when you come here, is like nothing else you see anywhere in the world.
What year was it that the boats were froze to the trailer in the Classic?
Oh,
that's whenever it was being built. I remember, we were in delay, and I stepped off and got some of the red clay on my shoe, and it got in my boat. But it's cool to see it to develop over the years, and truly an outstanding facility.
Was that 15?
I think it was 15.
Yeah. Out in the water right now with Luke Palmer. Nobody's boats is getting frozen to the trailer here.
No,
the only frozen
definitely
stuff
not.
is in coolers here today.
Yeah. It's slick calm out there today.
Yeah.
And this morning, it was blasting. I mean, the wind was, that storm last night was pretty intense.
Yeah.
We're still rolling. We're just a couple of, I just feel like we're 2 good bites away from, possibly making that top 10 and staying to go fish tomorrow. But it's definitely been it's been a, we always say it's a grind, but it's been a mental struggle, I guess you'd say. These fish have just really kind of hunkered down big time today, and trying to draw them up off the bottom, trying to see them has been really difficult. This morning it really was, because we had that wind and stuff. It's really turning out to be a really a nice day. So I've still got plenty of time to get those couple of good bites. I pulled up here, and all I did was catch a couple of 2.5 pounders in practice off of this spot, and I pulled back in here today, and I catch a good one, and then I lose 2 back-to-back good ones. So it's just a bouncing game. Whenever you pull up, and a few decide to pull up on these shoals or ditches, or the hell, they've probably been sitting there the whole time, but And when they're right, you can pull in. It's just boom, boom, boom. So I've got to keep moving. I said that all day long, every day, and I've kind of got stagnant here in the last little bit. Today, it's like the clock is really ticking on me. So we'll finish out here just a little bit longer, and we'll probably make us a little short move, and just keep bouncing these shoals. And that's kind of my end goal, I guess. I've got some stuff back toward the ramp I'd like to fish. I caught some good fish out of in practice, but it seems like the better quality ones seem to live down here toward the dam. Seems like that's kind of a thing for most lakes. Your biggest fish normally live toward the dam. That's a lot of times your most consistent water. And obviously it's most of the time your deepest water. So this lake here's got plenty of deep water though. I don't think they have to live up at the dam anyway. So keep bouncing around. Keep the old Falcon rod in my hand. Old 7.2 spinning rod that came up with, actually helped kind of design it. It's a very good minnow shaking rod.
Luke Palmer, don't be afraid to throw in a sponsor plug there every once in a while. I mean, it's part of professional angling. Luke's been on the tour now 6 years. And obviously we saw him win an Elite Series event, been 5-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and used to work at a hardware store. Family still owns it, but I don't think he spends a lot of time working there anymore.
I think
Jason
they sold
Christie.
it.
Did they?
I think so.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a good way not to work there anymore.
Yeah.
Guy's been doing a lot of running and gunning. Paul Marks, Elite Series rookie, and we've seen him a lot of times. We've joined him. He has had his hand on the throttle because he's covering a lot of water. Is that kind of par for the course, this style of fishing?
Yeah, I mean, he's fished a lot here. I think he's from Lanier, which is only like an hour and a half away. So he spends a lot of time here, a lot of stuff to check. But kind of like Luke just mentioned, like if you run across the ones in the right mood, like you can get well in a hurry. And I mean, I'm sure that's what Paul's looking for. And like I said, he's got plenty of places to run to check.
His first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I got a feeling we're going to get used to seeing him around here. Certain anglers, and I mean, it just seems increasingly more, but certain anglers join the tour, and you know, they're here to stay, and I think him and Emil Wagner are definitely two of those.
Yeah, we have a lot of those, and I think we have a lot more coming. I mean, I think every year they're going to just keep coming and coming and coming. So a guy's going to have to pick up his game to stay up with these guys.
Learning curve's just so much faster now. Like there's just so much available.
Well, I was watching live this morning. I don't remember who said it or what the angler was, but he was 22 years old, and it was his 49th Bassmaster event.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean talking like high school. I mean college and other stuff. But at 22, like I had fished 49 jackpots, maybe a couple of BFLs, but I mean the experience level is these guys have a lot of options at a very young age.
And the ability to absorb knowledge so quickly. Like right now, I mean, anything we've talked about here today, herring spawn, shad spawn, all these things. I remember when I mean, there's no herring spawn or shad spawn where I'm from. And when I came in the Elite Series, I remember guys talking about that. And it took me a long time to really understand what it looks like, when you use it, when it matters, how to identify it. You can literally spend an hour on YouTube.
Yeah.
And it's not just this, it's
everything. I mean, how to
Great
wire,
Lakes fishing, whatever.
Yeah.
The Google machine works.
Yeah.
It's paying off.
And Bassmaster Live. I mean, I mean everything.
There's
there,
no more secrets.
Yeah, you see it right there, and you see how how it all goes down, the changes, even the guys talking you through it.
Yeah.
You know, the change here, the change there. It just makes it. And a lot of these kids are just like a sponge, like their eyeballs on it, and they want to absorb it, and they do absorb it, and that's why they're 22, but they're fishing like they're 32.
I mean, he rolled up, made one cast, look, so there wasn't enough, we're going to the next one. He very well could be running brush piles or cane with the weather we're having.
Is it just looking for, like, how do you make that decision so quick? Is it literally just using your graph and looking for fish that are not there, moving on? Or what do you think he's...
I think he probably scoped it, and it could be that somebody had fished there 30 minutes prior and spread the school out. It could be that the school's not there.
Yep.
But yeah, he just literally pulls up, scopes it. Oh, not good. Going to the next one.
Yeah. And I'm sure he knows enough. Like if they're not set up just right, he's rolling to the next one. Because about anything in this lake has a fish on it.
Oh, that's great.
Now over to Jay Secure it.
Able to go wherever you want, and then if you want to look at the bank, you can look at the bank because you can actually see everything. That's pretty nice. I haven't found any bedfish actually saw them and caught them with my eyes yet. I did lose one actually. The rest of them have just been with my electronics a little bit deeper, fry garter or two mixed in. But other than that, we're just still hunting for that one. I did lose it was kind of a dumb deal. I shouldn't have tried to boat flip it, but I did and it came off. What do you do? We might try and go back to that fish because it did seem interested, right after I lost it just a little bit, which is usually a good sign for them to possibly bite again. So we may try that again and then maybe hit a couple new areas on the way. And I got a couple fish here that I want to try and catch because I got like 2 small 2-pounders in there that I need to upgrade. So see if we can get one of these guys to go.
So much emotion. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll do that. Probably I'll catch it.
He gets it done, though.
He does.
He does.
And just think, we're about to head north. Yep. I mean, after the Texas swing, we're going to head north.
Yeah, I also don't think you can discount with him his knowledge from growing up in this sport. You know, not as his dad's not a professional bass angler, but a professional walleye angler, multiple Angler of the Year titles, and just that ability. You know, he's never kind of, from the day he got here, I mean, every season he's been in the top 10 for Angler of the Year.
Yeah, it definitely translates, I mean, over to, you know, one or the other.
It's like a good one.
It's got some space. Oh my. The tale of the day. Lose every fish you hook. I don't know.
So did you try to boat flip guys?
No, I did. That was just jumped. Just came off. Good fish too. I just cannot put them in the boat today. Unbelievable. I mean, there's no way he bites now.
Little emotion out of him there, but the wrong direction.
Yeah, but it's gonna take a couple hours probably, or a day. I don't. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, it wasn't a giant. It was like a high 2, 3-pounder probably.
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I'll take 5 of those.
Yeah.
It's just so different. I fished a lot like he is doing now. Just the quality, you know, from where I was fishing. Just, I think they were done, you know, and it just aggravates me.
Well, Not to add insult to injury, but let's head back to the guy who's been driving you guys crazy. Drew Cook was in an area where it was Bassapalooza. They just kept showing up. Couldn't get him to bite, but see what he's up to now.
Looks like you can see so good today. That was not the case the last 2 days.
No, not really. I mean, I've seen about the same amount as the first 2 days. I'm not seeing near as many cruising as I have been, but I haven't been anywhere today except for this morning that I've been to before. So I don't really know what the baseline is. We're just looking right now for like one more female. If we can find one more female, we'll be just fine. We got 2 little ones in there, so we got a lot of room to grow. But if we can find us one more female, we'll be on track. And then we'll just figure out the rest of the week as it goes. I'm tempted to go run back to that female we fished for this morning. I mean, I have a really good feeling that she's gone because, I mean, she was too fired up. If we could have caught her this morning, we'd be all right. But we didn't. So we're still hunting. There's a lot more people in this general area doing this now. So we might have to change it up. I was just trying to get out of the wind. That's why I came over here, but it kind of feels like the wind's switched a little bit. I don't know if that fish was on that bait or if it was just hanging out, or if it was on a bed.
He needs to write a book.
He's got a lot of options.
Yeah, I would be the first to read it, like just the sight fishing do's and don'ts, and being able to understand it all.
The scary thing is he's talking about different options he can go. I can go to that fish. It might not be there anymore. He's got that group that we saw. I mean, he's got a lot of different options. Yeah. This isn't going to be a sight fishing tournament. I don't think that we're going to see them run out. I mean, a lot of Florida sight fishing events, it's fireworks for the first 2 days and it kind of peters out throughout the weekend. It doesn't feel like this is going to be one of those.
Yeah, especially with the sun being out today, and we're going to have a warm night.
And this place has so many bass in it.
Yeah.
You'll run into them somewhere.
Is the fishing getting better here, or is it just technology that's bringing the weights up?
I don't know. I think technology has increased the weights everywhere. And, you know, Gussie and I talk about this. You know, I'm a tough tournament fisherman. I kind of think Wes is too. We're not going to have tough tournaments anymore because of what we have. Like, these guys are going to catch what lives in the lake no matter what time of year it is. That's just the way it is. There's not going to be any more. This week was tough. You know, they weren't where they needed to be. 12 pounds a day one. That's not going to happen. But to answer your question, I think a little bit of both. I really do. I think the lake is, you know, getting a little bit better, but also I think everybody's getting better at catching them.
Yeah, I think the anglers are better. The technology's better. Basically what Jason said.
But you look at what we saw Paul Marks do a little while ago and just how quick and efficient that was. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, that was pre-technology. That was 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
No, there was no way that was happening that quick. He literally put his trolling motor down, made 1-2 casts, and, like, we're moving. Like,
Yeah.
you condense that 15 minutes down to 15 seconds, and you become a lot more lethal of an angler.
A lot more efficient. That's the key word, I think, nowadays. We're just, everybody as a group, as a whole, is just a lot more efficient on the water.
And if you look around and there ain't no dots,
Yeah.
go somewhere else because they ain't there. Because it's not going to lie to you.
Looking at one that actually went out.
From Drew Crook, we'll head out to Luke Palmer, who spent the majority of his time offshore. Looking at him, but looking at him in a whole different way.
This would be a really good lake for somebody to come to learn.
Yes.
Like live scope and stuff like that. I mean, there's just so many fish, and being able to decipher between like a striper, you know, how big they are and stuff. It's just full of fish, catfish. I mean, just you're not going to pull up to a single point and not see some fish. It could be a little overwhelming, but a great place for somebody to come. And you're going to catch fish. You know what I mean? It's not like you're going to see a bunch of them and not catch them. You're going to catch them and learn a lot.
Why is this lake so good, so plentiful? Is it all forage based?
It's big. I mean, it's got a lot of places that they live. Like I heard you talking about last segment with Mark and Bernie. Like we go a lot of places that are real big, but they fish small.
Yeah.
This place you could catch them in 100 foot or 1 foot. So I mean, it's just, I think it's so vast, and there's just places that they can hide.
It's probably one of my, you know, if not my favorite place to fish, just because of how big it is. I mean, literally, you can go, you know, I've done it, 30 miles one way, 25 the other, and what'd you say, 900 and something miles of shoreline?
Yeah,
I mean, with docks, and then you got the shoals, and then you have all of the bait. It just
brush piles.
It really has everything that a lake wants to have.
You talk about how much more effective anglers are with that technology, and Palmer's a prime example. If you watch his casts, I mean, it's turned fishing into perpetual sight fishing.
Yep.
Whether you're looking at him or not, I mean, you're literally just targeted on that target. And in the past, you know, I remember giving seminars and listening to seminars over the year where guys like, you reel that boat all the way, bait all the way back to the boat. I mean, you'll get that one that grabs it. Nobody's doing that anymore. It is turn and burn. You hit that hot target spot, and then the rest of the water is considered dead water. So just that alone, the amount of time, I mean, we're going to have Kyle Welcher join us, and I remember after he won Angler of the Year, he made a comment. He said, anglers are a lot more effective when they're always casting at bass.
Your percentage goes
what
way
we're
up.
seeing.
Yeah.
Not only that, seeing how they react. Yeah. You know, I mean, you throw a bait out there, you know, you have 10 in a row do the same thing. Well, that's not the right bait or not the right color. So a guy needs to do some changing.
Well, we'll leave Luke Palmer out there, and I want to thank both of you guys for joining us here today. Going to be hanging out at the expo this afternoon.
Absolutely.
A little more time in purgatory here.
Yeah. Yeah. We expect a lot of people to show up, so we're going to hang out and talk fishing, and
I'm gonna get some tips from Jason. I got to learn something.
What's the most uncomfortable question they ask you? Do you just
why aren't you fishing today?
Hey, what happened?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I didn't catch enough bass. That's why.
If I know what happened, I'd still be out there.
I think we should strap a camera to you guys, and that's the tough part about pro fishing. I mean, it sucks that you're not out there, but then you got to come here to the expo and answer that to a bunch of people. Well, we thank you for spending a little time with us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time from the shores of Lake Hartwell. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. It is semifinal Saturday. 50 anglers remain in this tournament. The quest to make it into the top 10 and fish Championship Sunday, the fourth Championship Sunday of 2025, a Bassmaster Progressive Elite Series. And two guys who have done a lot of work on those Championship Sundays are standing beside me here this week. Brandon Palnick and Kyle Welcher. You guys in that order, have won the last 2 Elite Series events, and you guys have absolutely destroyed the weigh-in. Because the loneliest spot in our last 2 weigh-ins has been the Yeti hot seat, because there was no reason for a Yeti hot seat in Okeechobee, obviously, and then the Pasquotank River. Just when you thought you had a big victory, Kyle Welcher said, I'll show your big victory and raise you 45 pounds, 7 ounces.
Yeah, it was not even comparable to the margin of victory, and I doubt that that'll ever be broken. Like, for the scenario that happened there to ever happen again, I just don't think we'll ever see it.
Kyle, do you think that record's safe, or do you even think about stuff like that?
You know, I think it's safe for a little while. There's a lot of things that have to go into play. First, it's got to be a phenomenal fish or a really big fish. Another thing is there has to be no history, because then the fish are not going to get divided up quite as bad. But whenever you go to a place, and I'm sure there's some lakes in Texas that we have not been to where somebody can get something to themselves and possibly challenge it. But if we have history on a place, it will never happen, because, I mean, when the blueprint's laid out, the guys find it.
This tournament, one of the big things that I've heard from a lot of the guys I've hung out with here today, and unfortunately there are guys who didn't make the cut, as you guys didn't, but this was one of those tournaments where you had guys who had great pre-fishes, and it hurt them because those fish pulled off. Your situation was the exact opposite. Did you guys get hurt by a great pre-fish that hurt you in this event, or is there something else to blame it on this time around?
Yeah, I didn't have it as bad as some of the guys, just because I split my time. I didn't just go all in sight fishing, but I definitely had a lot that I had found and they disappeared. And before we got on camera, we were talking about that, and Kyle had mentioned that he had a ton that had disappeared.
Powroznik hooked up live.
It is no coincidence that we have a Clearwater sight fishing tournament and Powroznik has got a camera in his boat.
Absolutely not. And, you know, that's the reason right there that I went all in on the largemouth, because that's the average kind of small largemouth, and it's still a pretty good one, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Powroznik, both the Drews. I mean, the sight anglers.
Yeah.
I mean, and this was a very predictable tournament in the way that the sight anglers are playing, and then also you got your herring guys, you know, Paul Marks, Emil Wagner. I mean, those were guys going into this event that people expected to do well, and they have done well.
Yeah, they understand Clearwater, spotted bass, herring lakes, and that makes a difference, because that's one of the trickiest things to learn and figure out, and it takes time to understand that, you know, the demeanor of those fish. And like Kyle mentioned, I kind of had the same feeling that focusing on the largemouth more, it was easier to just go down the bank and catch a 2.5 pound largemouth than it was to catch a 2.5 pound spot. Like a 2.5 pound spot was a better than average one, I felt like, and a 2.5 pound largemouth was kind of the average. But there's not as many of them, you know, so there's give and take to both sides of that.
And whenever you've got people sight fishing and herring fishing, those are two of the most inconsistent ways to fish in all of bass fishing. So to see people put it together for 3, and then whoever does it for 4 days, it's going to be super, super impressive, because that's a super hard way to be consistent.
I just heard him say that there was 3 bass on there.
3.
Does that mean there's still 3 on it?
Yeah, sounds like it. That's what I found in practice too. You'd go in a pretty big pocket, and you'd see 2 beds in the entire pocket, you know, and then there'd be 3 on one bed and 3 or 4 on another bed. It's weird how they're using one little zone like that, but I mean, you find one of those beds, you could definitely catch 20 pounds off one bed here.
Cook had a spot earlier that we were watching him, and he had 3 fish to start, and by the time it was done, he had like 7 fish. They just kept moving in.
Yeah. And the beds here are really hard to see.
Why?
I don't know if it has to do with the bottom content, and just that the bottom is hard enough they don't have to fan out a big area and really make it show up. You know, some of the ones I saw spawn and would be on like a little grass clump, and you'd have all this green grass, and then you'd have one patch of grass that was just a little bit more lime green, where they had just kind of fanned off the debris of the grass. Or, you know, on a clay spot, you may see a fish that's sitting there, or a lot of times in practice, you would actually see those bass rolling, doing the deal, And that's how you knew that they were spawning there. But when you got to looking, there's nothing that looks like a bed. There's no big circle. It'd just be a really tiny spot that they'd keep coming back to, that you could say, okay, that's the spot.
And the inconsistency of what they're spawning on.
Yeah.
Like one will be on a stump, the next one will be on rocks, the next one will be on the grass. It was really hard for you to just kind of lock in on this is what they're using, because every single bed would be on something a little bit different. So it was hard to really go fast. You kind of had to go slow and kind of look over everything in an area.
Yep.
And when they're rolling like that, I mean, they're easier to see like that, but that's a tough bass to catch generally.
They're nearly impossible, and it becomes a time game. And I think that's one thing I've learned over my career is, like, if they're rolling like that and you have time in the day and they're big enough, you'll watch the progression of that happen. And sometimes you'll actually watch, where they end up dumping the eggs and then you can catch them immediately after. But when they're in that mode, like every once in a while, if you throw like a big swim bait or something in there, you'll be able to get the female aggressive enough. But that is the hardest time. But the thing that got a lot of people here is that normally that would be happening. You see that the day before, you're like, okay, I'm coming back the next day. They're going to be locked on. The female usually stick around. I watched it time and time again where you would show up the next day, that female would be off the bed and she would be gone. And then the next day, the male would be off the bed and he'd be garden fry.
Goofy.
And it was just happening so fast. And I don't know if that's a characteristic of a herring lake happening. But like Kyle was telling me, he fished here last year, and he said the fish stayed a lot better than what they are.
That was actually first week of May whenever I was here last year.
Wow.
So it was later in the spawn, and they were a lot more predictable then than they were now. But I've never seen the spawn progress this fast in just a matter of like 24 hours.
Yeah.
There'll be fresh ones up, and then he's garden fry 24 or 36 hours later. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You'd think it'd be the opposite.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Just I've never been to a lake, like he said, that it progresses that
many
fast.
casts, I didn't think it was going to bite.
You'll see a pair cruising the day before.
Charged it 7 or 8 times. I thought I was going to have to throw a jerk bait in there, which would have been hard, because it was running up to the Cinco and nipping at it. See if there's another one under this walkway.
Yeah, you would see those fish. You'd see a pair cruising the day before. You'd come back the next day. They would be spawning within 10 to 15 feet of that. The next day, the female's going to be gone, and the day after that, the male's going to be garden fry.
Yeah.
Like,
super fast.
Yeah.
See that cleaning up water makes a big difference too when you can see and know that's a fish there. Otherwise, I'd throw and never know he's there and just reel it back in and keep on going. I've had to cast that many times to catch it. That's the one I just caught a while ago. He went back over there and jumped again. He tore a little bit of his gill.
I can kind
of. Obviously got two different approaches that really are standing out. The bank feeders, whether they're fishing for bedding fish, fry garters, cruisers, and you got the anglers that are offshore and specifically keying in on spots.
Yeah, and you have a mixture of everything happening right now. You've got largemouth spawning, you've got spots spawning, you've got fry garters, you've got fish pulling up, and you've got fish moving out on the herring spawn. So there's a lot of different things happening. And anytime you get on these highland reservoirs like this, where you've got clear water and you've got these docks where the fish will, sometimes they spawn in and around the docks. Seemed like here they want to spawn away from the docks, but they use the docks pre-spawn, post-spawn, and they'll actually use that as a cover to guard their fry. Seemed like the largemouth would use, the shallow dock cover and stuff more to guard their fry, where the spotted bass are typically spawning a little bit deeper, just out of sight, and that's also where they would guard their fry a lot. Like if I saw a ball of fry around a stump in 7 or 8 foot of water, and there was a fish around it, odds are when I caught it, it was going to be a spotted bass. Did you kind of see the same thing?
Well, I did, but The first day of practice, I caught like a 3.5 pound fry garter out of brush and 14 foot on the main lake. It was a largemouth.
Wow.
That blew my mind because I just knew it was going to be a spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for the most part though, as a standard, definitely when you get deeper than 4 foot, you start transitioning mostly into spotted bass here. Seems like.
Yeah.
Where do the spotted bass tap out weight wise, do you think?
You know, for consistently, it's going to be really, really hard for you to catch 5 that are over 3.5 pounds here. Really, really difficult. I know there's probably some 5-pounders in here, but mostly that 4-pound range is a really, really big one for here. And, you know, 5 over 3 pounds is about the best you're going to do here.
Well, you guys are pretty good at this, and when we find somebody good at it, we don't want to let you go. So hang with us, and you guys hang with us as well, because we'll be back shortly from the shores of Lake Hartwell, the site of the 4th stop of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell in beautiful Anderson, South Carolina. Welcome in. It is semifinal Saturday. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're in this part of the world, you definitely are, because the weather is spectacular here in sunny Anderson, South Carolina, and that's where we've been hanging out all week long, and we'll be here until tomorrow afternoon where we crown our 4th champion of the season, but 2 of our previous champions this year standing beside me, joined by Stone Cold Kyle Welcher and Brandon Polinick, and fortunately, this is the tale of tournament fishing. I mean, sometimes you're out there and we're talking about you, and other times you're standing here talking about these guys. But hey, the good news is at least I mean, things have been going good for both of you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever complain about winning. When you're as competitive as we are, you just also don't like to lose. Doesn't matter. If you've won, you want to win all of them. And I think you just want to be competitive at all of them. And it seems so easy when you're watching and you're watching the guys that are catching them and, you know, making the right decisions. And this week especially, there's such a small line between the right decision and the wrong decision. You know, and some of it's just could be, you know, partially the luck of the fish that you found in practice versus the ones another guy found, and whether or not they stayed, didn't stay. You know, or like you pull up on the right point at the right time and the fish are there and they're loaded up and ready to go, and then those fish might not be there the next day. Like, they're not reliable enough to say, even, you know, the herring spawning fish that, oh, I caught 15 pounds there this morning, I'll go back and catch 15 tomorrow.
Yeah, because a lot of these points have a school of fish on them. And you could literally pull up and catch the 3 smallest fish in the school, or you could pull up and catch the 3 biggest fish in the school. And you're a hero one way, and then you're scrambling the other way. You know, and that's just kind of how these places are. When there's so many spots in largemouth mixed together, you need those couple big largemouth bites.
Watching Patrick Walters on the water live right now.
That is a giant for here. If that's there's a couple of them.
Golly. That grass is just green.
I know the point.
Yeah, in a minute, I'm just going to fish with you.
Yeah, very well. I think I was probably the 12th one there on day 1.
Does that make it worse when you watch a guy, you know, on live, like, for whatever reason, you caught the 3 small ones on it.
Yeah.
He catches the 3 big ones. Like, is that hard, or are you just like, oh, it's just part of it?
You know, it's kind of. I decided not to start fishing like that. I decided to start, you know, kind of chasing bedfish. So I kind of knew by the time I got down there and started rotating on those places, I was not going to be fishing for fresh fish. And it was obvious whenever I got down there and tried to do it that it was going to be really hard to trick those big largemouth because they'd been seeing baits, you know, all morning long. But
yeah. So this was a point that you were actually targeting largemouth on more than spotted bass.
This was a point that had a mix of them, but it had a lot of big largemouth on this one point. For whatever reason, had a lot of big largemouth, and it's a secondary point in a creek, but it's still pretty far out from where you would think most of the largemouth habitat is. But it kind of splits 2 big creek arms, and it's a very obvious place on the map. There's it was no surprise there was a lot of fish there.
Which most of the best ones here seem to be the very obvious ones, and there's no rhyme or reason to where like a mixture of largemouth and spots are going to show up. Any one of them that you pull up on could be good like that.
Well, you guys can't say anything because both of you guys with your victories this year, you kind of zigged when everybody else zagged.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that in a second, and we'll get an update from Patrick Walters right now.
Which point's over there? We're just going to jump right over there real quick. Not far.
The update is he's moving.
He needs a few more rods on the front deck. He'll probably catch them.
One of the tricky things here too is that a lot of these fish will follow your bait. They will follow it all the way to the bottom. You'll have 3 or 4 race to the bottom, and then they'll just slowly come back up. And so I don't know, what the rhyme or reason of that is, if it's bait selection, but like Luke Palmer's been offshore, I believe, the entire tournament, spending his time out off the bank, and he's been able to make it work. And I think that was kind of a key this week of having a good event is you really kind of needed to commit one way or the other. Because to get those better than average bites, like you either needed to spend all your time burning the trolling motor down, burning the bank, or you needed to be out there doing what Luke's doing and just commit to that. You're going to go through a lot of bass. You're going to put your bait in front of a lot of bass, but you're going to up your odds of, 5 of those being better.
And then even if you're fishing offshore, there's 2 main approaches to it. You can find a place where you think the fish are spawning and really go slow, or you can really run and gun kind of the herring places and try to generate some of those big bites whenever the fish are aggressive. So you pull up and make a few casts and then roll to another one. And I'm sure we're going to see kind of a mix of that, but a lot of the guys have been finding an area and kind of soaking and trying to, pick them off one at a time. And it looked like what Patrick was doing was a little bit more run and gun, kind of old school herring fishing.
Yeah. Which is more his style.
Right.
Now over to shallow stuff with Jay Shakur, our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
So I can tell you exactly what he's doing right now. Without seeing his graph, he is looking at a fry garter. I would say if he's got a jerkbait in his hand, pitching up shallow, what happens is a lot of times around these docks, that fry will suspend up in the shade and around the dock floats and stuff. They're soaking up that heat, and that's where the bass is going to be, right? They're going to be around guarding that fry and stuff, and so they don't typically want to go all the way to the bottom to chase a bait.
Feels like that is one. I mean, fry garters have been a part of the sport for a long time, but it feels like that is another part of the sport that's this technology has really. It's just made finding fry garters that much easier.
Yeah, you just didn't have to see them with your eyeballs all the time, right? You could catch those ones that were just out of sight, around a dock, and really trigger them, because that's what you got to do a lot of times is get that fish to trigger, before. You may just be throwing a glide bait around a dock or a swim bait, and you'd see them come out, and then they'd go back, and they'd be sitting up there high, and then you'd have to look around, and all of a sudden you'd see that little ball of bait, and you'd be like, oh, okay, that's a fry garter.
And it opened our eyes to how deep they would actually guard fry.
Yeah.
Like my whole life, I thought they guarded fry like 4 feet or less. They needed sun for the fry. And then now it's like, no, they'll be out there, 6, 8, 10, 12. I caught one in 14 in practice, it opened our eyes to how deep they actually guard those fry also.
Catching back up with Patrick Walters, and he's obviously set up, doing a lot of running today. And we're seeing that with a lot of the guys fishing the same way he is. Just, you're going to move. You're going to keep moving. And we've talked about technology, and that's another part of it where it makes you so much more efficient. Whether you love this or hate this, it makes you what would take 15, 20 minutes in the past to figure out if they're in that area.
Yeah.
We saw Paul Marks pull up to a spot and literally make 2 casts and be like, we're gone.
Yep. Well, these guys who are really dialed in with it, there is a place on these points where the fish are sitting to eat. And there's places on the points where the fish are just kind of sitting when they're, neutral or inactive. And when they pull up and they see those fish sitting on the place and then they may follow a bait off of it, it's time to leave because it's going to take them a while to set back up. So there's, on every single one of these places, there's kind of a table where they're sitting trying to eat.
And that is much easier said than done. Yes. To be able to look, say, there's a school of fish, there's 15 pounds worth of fish, I'm going to leave.
Yep.
Because that's always been the age-old saying, right? Like when to stay, when to leave. Well, you leave fish to go find fish. When you can see them and they're there and you know they're the right size, but you have to believe what you're seeing, right? And that's what this technology does, is it takes any myths out. Like, it's what you see is what is happening. And the guys that are really good with it are able to say, it's time to go.
Yep.
And make those decisions.
Patrick Walter's very good with it. I mean, most of our field is very good with it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely changed. I mean, even the effectiveness of his cast. You know, I talked about it with Chrissy in the past. You'd hear people in seminars talking about reel that bait right to the side of your boat. I mean, they might chase it up. And now it's like you hit the hot zone, and other than that, you burn that bait back.
Right.
One of the most impressive elite wins that I ever watched when I was younger was Coda, when he won up on Erie, you know, and I couldn't wrap my mind around how he was over 70 foot of water catching these giant smallmouth around bait balls suspended on a drop shot, because catching suspended fish was always the most difficult thing, right? A guy that understood what his bait was doing, sunk down to 20 foot, you reeled at just the right speed with the right jig head, and it'd just stay there at 20 foot, and that's where the fish were. All of that is taken out of the equation, because now you just know, like, okay, now it's at 20 foot, and I reel it this fast, and I just watch it stay at 20 foot.
Right.
Well, you know what? You guys make my job a whole lot easier. Loved hanging out with you guys here. Who's going to win this tournament?
Drew Cook.
I have a really hard time betting against Drew. But I wouldn't be surprised either if, like, Paul Marshall, one of those guys, you know, they have the ability to have that 17 or 18 pound day. And Drew's he's going to have a big day to be able to go find new ones to make it happen.
Well, you've heard it from the pros, but only the scale truly knows, and we'll find out who our top 10 is moving into Championship Sunday at the weigh-in this afternoon. Been fun hanging out with you all morning. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw things over to the studio in Little Rock, breaking down the action.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Continuing on into the afternoon to the conclusion of the fishing today. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2025 Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole. Happy to come back to you. Thanks to Dave and all his great guests. Really had some great guests today for the interviews at the halftime show. Drew Cook hanging on to that lead right there. He's got a good tournament going on here. I mean, if this was a final day, it would be fantastic, but man, oh man, we got some more to look forward to tomorrow, and we don't even know the lineup for tomorrow, and that's why we're still here. Not until the end of the weigh-in today will we have our 10 identified who will fish on Championship Sunday to decide the fourth Blue Trophy of the year, the fourth Elite Series Championship of the year. Might as well start by getting out and checking on our leader. He's given us a lot this week, a lot to learn, a lot to look at. Drew Cook.
Afternoon's been pretty slow, I'm not gonna lie. We haven't, we found that one female and caught it, but we've done a lot of looking and haven't found anything, really. And I've still got one little bitty male. And if we can get him out, you know, that'll help us tremendously. But we really need one more female. Came in here to check on this one from this morning, just maybe by some stroke of sheer luck, she's in here and we can catch her, because it's one we need. I really wish we would have been able to catch it this morning. And there's just been so many fish move up into this creek for whatever reason that figured it would be a good place to go check real quick. And then I think we might go to the complete other side of the lake. Just kind of get away. There's a lot of people in the area that I've been fishing the past 2 days. There's somebody in every pocket. So it's kind of shot, I guess. But we're gonna look our way out of here. We still got an hour and 20 minutes. Like I said, we're just looking for one. We might go check that other male that was close to that female that I caught, because there was another female there. I don't know really what was going on. And then kind of go from there. I'm not spinning out by any means, but the timer is ticking for sure. And I don't want to blow this opportunity because they come around so not often.
Spot on right there. They
Boy,
come
no
around
kidding.
so not often.
It is rare and wonderful. Yeah, not often is a good way to put it. If you get yourself in position, you want to not leave anything on the table. Take every advantage you can.
Okay. Oh, pretty good. I got those 2 nice ones on Topwater. Still struggling to get any to bite since then. So came back here where I caught a big one first day on bed. There was a bunch swimming around, and there's one on the bed right here. It looks catchable, but I'm not sure. It's not a huge one, but I think it's 3.5 plus, so it'll help. I can get it to get up there on the bed.
Hallmark's been a stalwart here. He has not been budged from the top 3 spots. Most of the time, he's in the top spot.
Yeah.
Tucker Smith pushed him down to 3rd place, but he's back into 2nd now.
Top 3 kind of pulled away a little bit, but they could use a bass like Brian New just caught, a 612.
What?
He was tied. Yeah, he takes over the lead for Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day. 612. He's got 16.6 on the day. He's got a couple right at 2 and 1.5 pounds. He's jumped up from the tie from last place to 17th right now.
Good for him.
So gaining some points. Right now he's just inside the Classic. Cut at 39th in AOY.
And Brian knew this is like Harvey Dent, like Hartwell is. It is two-faced for him. It's his favorite lake and his least favorite. This, like, daily it swaps for news. So good to see he's having a great.
For Batman?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Two-faced Harvey Dent or whatever, you know.
All right. Just bad-faced.
Yeah, you got.
What, the BFA siren broke? Such, it's not working?
612? I mean, come on.
What? Come on.
Push the button. Come on. I know you get the big red button over there.
Button.
Brand new's gonna feel. Oh!
Lee came out there quick.
Wow.
That fry garter said, "You were supposed to run the other way when I charged you." Happen again.
I got him.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, and he kicked a rod in the lake.
Ugh.
Dang it.
That's about all you can say.
Quite sure how that happened. Let's look again.
Oh, just
Yeah, so
too much line out.
The cable, he had to raise that fish from a little farther away because of the cable.
Boom goes one of his spinning rods off the right side.
Does he even know that?
No, he hadn't even looked.
I don't think he did notice it.
We're not allowed to tell him.
Maybe it'll be floating. Sometimes they float or just they barely.
Hey, someone lost a rod. Looks like mine.
Wait,
that's that rod I think I lost last week.
That's the same worm I'm using.
Got to Jay Shakur. Spent more time in 4th place than any other angler this season.
Oh, man. The day of the lost fish. Haven't had a day like that yet this year, and today is that day, which, you know what? It's not a bad thing. You're gonna have those days. Not every day is gonna be perfect. Today was not perfect in any sort of fashion. So, right now we're just trying to catch a couple more. I'm trying to get like 15 pounds, which I feel like is pretty doable. Just trying to figure out where this fish is at, and the water is dirtied up quite a bit from all the boat traffic. I was a little worried about that today, and it is true, the boat traffic definitely dirties up the banks very much. At least where I'm fishing anyways. This fish, I don't know. It's still here. I lost it yesterday. Right.
Red clay banks will dirty up with the waves.
Absolutely. Shakur had bemoaning his lost fish, in excess of lost fish today. He's not usually guilty of that. I want to remind you about one of our newest actual fantasy game available on Bassmaster, TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em. It's angler versus angler, head-to-head challenge. 7 matches, 8 matches, 7 matches.
7 matches.
7 matches. You pick them. Who wins? You, if you pick the right one.
This lake is tremendous. You know, I come from Lake Guntersville where I live, and it is pressured to death on Guntersville, and I thought there's nowhere it could be as bad, but it could be as bad here. I don't know. It was boats everywhere. A lot of the places I'm catching fish and finding fish are behind cables and nasty places around boat docks and places that the fish have to get up in there hiding and just making those right kind of skip casts, having big Daiwa spinning rod I've got with, you know, heavy braid, heavy fluorocarbon leaders, 14-pound leader instead of light line. I'm kind of powering them out. And kind of, that's what I love to do. There you go, finally connected with one. Thank the Lord. That's bigger than 3, it's about 3 pounds and 2 ounces. That's my scale right there. Oh, that was awesome.
Randy Howell high on Lake Hartwell. Well, he should be. It's been good to him. In particular this week, got to lead the tournament for a day. Still got the big fish of the tournament, right, Such?
Yes, the 715 from day one, first cast.
Wow.
About a half hour ago, he caught a 3.5 to get back in the top 10.
All the places I pull right up like that first dock, and just be a wild, crazy one right there, you know, and all the other places not. Hopefully this cove right here will pay off right here this time, because there were some big ones they looked like they were trying to get on the bed. They were paired. There were 2 big ones paired up with 2 3-pound males and just cruising back and forth in there. It was real clear and I could see them good. Might ought to skip under the dock first.
Talked about Randy Howell, that giant fish on day number 1, almost 8 pounds. Well, gosh, nowhere to go. You can't go up from there. It's the only other way to go, but he's done a good job throughout this tournament, maintaining his spot.
He really has. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. When you weigh in day 1 with the lead and you've got a 715 on a lake like this, everyone says, well, he just got lucky. They caught a great big one, but he's done a good job hanging right in there. Only falling out of the top 10 for a little bit, and like you mentioned, Such, I think he's back in there by just a little bit. So that first day, you certainly can't blame him for starting on an 8-pounder, and he caught it. Very fortunate, in my opinion, to be boat 50 couple to be able to get to that fish that other anglers had found during practice. But hey, it all works out.
Tipped one of his secrets to us. He said, I've been featuring nasty places behind boat docks.
Yes, he has. And it's cost him a fish or two, but you can tell he has been fishing behind these cables, make it more difficult and a little challenging for some people to want to try to even bother to look or make casts in there behind those cables. So a good strategy for him.
Multiply the degree of difficulty, Davey?
Yes.
Well, like Wesley Gore, that fish, he's still got a small one, and he is one of 7 anglers within 12 ounces of the top 10.
I just noticed that just a second ago, so it's unfortunate. That would have helped him by a pound and a half, maybe even 2 pounds in it. 2 inches closer to him, and that fish is in the boat instead of out.
Kind of an amazing thing when you look at it right now and you look at our top 10. Talk about Wesley Gore being out of the top 10. He is the only one of our top 10 to start the day that has been dislodged from the top 10.
Patrick Walters is a surprise too, though.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Patrick Walters also. Yeah,
he's only got 10 pounds right now, Bob.
Yes, Patrick Walters.
14 and a half.
Catch a big largemouth. I went look for bedfish for close to 45 minutes to an hour. Didn't see any locked on or nothing.
Only 2 though dislodged from our top 10. For weights this close.
Never know. You could find a 5-pounder. So went and tried that. Now we're back out here a little deeper, trying to see if we can catch another good one. Another 4-pounder would be sweet.
Yeah, Tommy, it's rookies, Fothergill, and then Andrew Loberg.
Right.
He's having a 15-pound day today, coming up from 33rd, and he's sitting in 10th right now. First cut of the season, could make his first top 10.
And like we mentioned, when you have 100 plus place finishes or 90 plus place finishes on your record this year, you can't absolve those with a 25th to 35th place. You have to go get a top 15. You have to do it with 2 25ths, but you got to go get a top 10 almost to absolve that off the bat. So just like Easton Fothergill, 2 bad ones and a top 5 gets him around the 50s. He's got to have another one this week to even get to just outside the Classic.
Yeah, big number like that's a spot that's hard to get out. It's like a bad laundry day. Wesley Gore. Kind of
going to the dock.
Perfect storm of bad stuff happened when he tried to lift
this
that
fish
over
is
the
going to
cable.
mean a lot if I can catch it.
Sounds like he's spotted another one. No cable between him and this fish. Hopefully.
It's that one leaf, it looks like. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, though.
I got him.
Get in there.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It fell off in the boat.
Just making sure bigger than what we got.
Wow.
Let's go. Gotta get rid of that one. dude.
That is a good trade.
Freaking should have another one like that. But, God. I made sure to flip that one in the bottom of the boat, not on the deck. Holy cow. Done lost a rod. Golly, what a day. What a day.
2 rods.
2 rods, God, you had to remind me of that crap. Holy cow. That other one, we'd actually have an okay day if I'd caught the freaking other one. That's okay though.
We need to hear the rest of the story on that.
2 rod day. Watch this.
Oh, before it hits the foam.
Yeah. That one came off the top rope.
Oh, hold up, he's turning.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can see it perfect as day. He's carrying it around.
And what is that?
That's my drop shot. See the little ball below it? See the little, see it? See how there's like a dot below it? See it? What I'm talking about? See the fish? That's my drop shot waiting in his mouth. Look at him, that's perfect. See what I'm talking about? See how it's below him? See, you see the little dot hanging below him?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's him.
That's hilarious.
Golly. I'm about tempted to give him a wacky rig to see if he'll get it. I'm gonna try something, Hal, at this point.
So does he have the drop shot
lost 2 rods
from the rod and the rod and reel? You can see the sinker, no doubt.
Yeah.
260.
I guess it's got to be connected.
I don't know if he broke it off.
Now I'm about to.
Yeah.
The only way to turn this around is catch the one that has my drop shot hanging out of its mouth. Yeah. That's the only thing possible right here.
We'll be impressed. I mean,
Did you see it? I was talking about.
Yeah.
It was perfect as day.
Should get an extra 8
small.
ounces.
That's what a good one looks like. He is a nice one.
Okay.
Oh.
Does he get to weigh the drop shot weight with the fish if he catches it?
No. I will say, he said, can you believe this? Yes, I've had many days where I go home and mom says, how was it? Well, I lost 2 rods and I boat flipped 3 that came off and I drop shot 1 and broke it off too.
Oh,
so
they
yes,
were
been there.
Well, we may need to check back on that situation before if he's actually going to make good on his threat to try to do that, to catch that fish. The one that's got his drop shot from the dropped rod in his mouth. Never been through that before. Moultrie behind the tanks. Now, we got the weigh-in starting right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m., but also on the Bassmaster YouTube channel. Pat and the gang behind the scenes, behind the tanks, getting the real insider information and intel from our anglers.
Your last chance to watch it this week.
Yeah, that's right. It won't happen tomorrow. Nobody's behind the tanks. We only got 10 guys. But check it out. We'll take a quick break and step back in. Don't forget, weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's local time here at Lake Hartwell at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. This is day 3, remember. Only 10 will be left standing after that weigh-in is complete. We have seen a lot of maneuvering, a lot of really heroic kind of stuff in some ways, and weird stuff as well. It has been massively entertaining. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. I'm Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon. Davey, I can't pick out a favorite moment from today. There's been a lot to really get excited about.
Yeah, there really has. And you know, we promised a lot of variety here, but we were talking about techniques and baits. But man, it is really, you know, for Wesley Gore, losing that fish and seeing it swimming around with a drop shot, just everything that's been happening. It's been very interesting. I really think, though, this tournament is going to boil down to Drew Cook. It really looks like him in particular, but if not him, one of those other, Randy Howell, one of those sight fishermen that are just really looking along the shoreline, against a trio of Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Emil Wagner, all out there with that security blanket of being able to go catch those 3-pound spotted bass. They're going to have to find one of those, I hate to say pure, old school sight fishermen that are just looking with their eyes. are going to have to find a 4+ pounder, maybe even a 5+ pounder to have a chance to close this deal.
Who would you throw into that mixture besides the aforementioned by Davey right there, that the big battle is going to be at the end?
Well, I think if you're not considering, I don't know if you're just saying Randy Howell and Drew Cook, but if you add in a Jay Shakur as a guy doing both, being able to catch both, having the ability to fish offshore and the bank, and I like Shakur adding him into this mix because he's in a different area of the lake than the other shallow guys we've had on camera. They've been at Andersonville Island and north. He has spent his time down south, and it seems like whether you're offshore or in a creek, down south, it's starting to get better every day as we head to the weekend.
Easton Fothergill shot up really quick to the top of the leaderboard for a while, and you wonder, where's he been? We haven't had a keep away from since 10 o'clock, but he went to 16.4 immediately, so he kind of hit that ceiling.
And that's the spotted bass deal Davey's talking about. He caught 5 of the right ones. You might catch 40 in a day, but you catch 5 right off the bat that are what you need, or you call up to it quick. If he hasn't gone largemouth fishing and hasn't found productivity, he's stuck at what he has early.
And I hate to put him in categories, but add him in there to the Marks and Smith and Fothergill and Wagner, because they're doing the same thing basically. And you're just not going to be able to hold them all off unless you do like Randy Howell did on day 1, like Drew Cook did on day 2. One of those guys, even Shakur, they're going to have to catch that big largemouth because they just don't have the numbers and they don't have that security of being able to go offshore, fish isolated cover, catch those 3-pound
Last thing, odds are bad for that, fighting that numbers game.
Last thing right now, if you're fishing a tournament at Hartwell and it's 1 day or 2 days, you can win on the bank. 4 days, that's where those guys offshore feel like I can finally chip away and do that. And so tomorrow's the make or break morning for sure.
Suits just checking in to see if you got that siren fixed on the big fish alert. We
I
missed
think Kyle Welcher broke it last week. No, we saw it, heard it this week. Yeah, if we had to see another fish like Brian, who just caught a 6-12 from any of our guys, they're going to get in our top 10 for tomorrow. Yesterday, Carl Jocks caught a 6-5 late in the afternoon, and of course we left coverage, and Mr. Cook caught himself a 4-8 and took the lead.
All right.
You never know.
Won't get it quite as much after hours type time because we've only got 2 flights today.
Yeah, they check in at the end of the show.
They check in at the end of the show. So we will see what happens because there's more fishing time between now and weigh-in time. Less than an hour.
Yeah, we just talked about it a lot, but again, Jay Shakur looking at the Toyota Midday Report, currently in 4th place, been doing a great job just like he's been doing it seems like he's been out here 6 or 8 years, but it hasn't been very long, but he's been so consistent, so steady. This just another tournament, a different scenario, but really the same final results. He's just steadily catching fish, staying in the mix, staying in the top 10, mixing it up. Playing it safe, you just ask yourself, why haven't we seen more people do exactly what he's doing? Kind of mixing up, using his electronics and using his eyes, staying around some boat docks where you're going to have that shallow water cover. A lot of fish are going to live around these docks and spawn close to these docks. He's got a great plan, and he could win this tournament. But it's going to come down to him catching that big largemouth, like I mentioned. He's one of those guys, he's just not going to catch the numbers as some of the other guys in our top 10 are going to be able to catch. But a great tournament for Jay Shakur. No matter what, he certainly has as good a chance to win as anyone tomorrow.
One great thing that I like about Jay's game plan that separates him a little bit from Cook and Howell is that he is catching those fish that are coming or going. They're the ones that are about to go spawn, the ones that just pulled off and they're guarding. Maybe he does see a sight fish. It's not all on what he's seeing on the bank on his eyes. It's what's coming and going to him on the way.
He's going to leave here as AOY leader as well.
Yeah. Tucker Smith went on a big run about mid-morning today. Really impressive.
Absolutely, and got a great plan here. He's one of the ones that really have 3 solid things going for him. Starting out with the herring spawn, shallow, starting on a point with Wesley Gore that's got some big largemouth. I talked to both of them. They both said there's some big largemouth on this particular point. Had some, unfortunate situations happen where they've lost a fish or 2. But either one of those guys, if Wesley Gore is able to make it, could catch a big one to start out tomorrow morning and have that big largemouth in the boat. But the big key for Tucker Smith, especially the group that we're talking about, man, he has got them dialed in offshore on the lower part of the lake, catching mainly spotted bass like this one, a 4+ pounder. Caught a big largemouth just a little bit after that. Just a little offshore, you can see he's not very far off the bank, but fishing places that aren't getting fished over and over again. Even though we've got 950 plus miles of shoreline, by day 4, a lot of these places have been combed over.
Paul Marks, very similar story to Tucker Smith here. And man, just, you know, so close to the lead up there. It's just a few fish a little bit bigger, and he's going to be right there.
Yep, unofficially second place. Paul Marks has been right in the mix of things this entire tournament, no doubt about it. Just like Tucker, starting out, herring spawn early in the morning, putting some fish in the boat, putting a limit in the boat, actually. Just only been able to weigh 1 or 2 of these fish so far. Tomorrow morning, he might catch a 5-pounder right out of the gate on a herring spawn type place. So he's got that going for him. But really, the ace in the hole that he's got, just like Tucker, is mid-morning or so, goes offshore, starts fishing that mid-range shallow water cover, let's say 4 to about 15, 16 feet, and they're able to just catch one fish after another. We did see him yesterday and today go shallow looking for a big largemouth, fishing for him a little bit, but really haven't seen that work out for him so far, but he's been mixing that in there just a little bit.
One big thing I'll say that we saw today, Tommy, that a spotted bass and blueback herring angler like Paul Marks knows is that you would assume herring spawn. That means I'm going to throw my topwaters in the morning, go to the worm and the bottom baits in the afternoon. It's been reversed for him, and today when it got slicker than it had been all day and sunnier than it had been all week, he throws the topwater and catches 2 or 3 of his biggest fish of the day.
Well, they got a lot of weapons in their arsenal. Drew Cook's got two main weapons, and that's his 2 eyeballs, and that's they're formidable.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Drew Cook doing the best of the guys that are old school sight fishing, like you mentioned, Tommy, just using his eyeballs, catching a bonus fish every now and then, casting out in the middle of these pockets. Today, that 4-pounder really went a long way for him, or he's going to go a long way for him when he puts them on the scale. But most of these fish is taking him a long time to catch. The one yesterday was the longest. I think total took close to 3 hours for him to actually catch that fish that he said he landed at 3:02 in the afternoon, and that's the reason why he was the leader. The one thing that's a little disappointing is the last time we were with Drew, he said he's not seeing many this afternoon. He could change areas and maybe that'll work out for him, but that's the first time I've heard him say that this week. I'm not seeing very many move up.
Both he and the other Drew have been fairly optimistic about the fact that despite we're past the peak spawn now, that they're still thinking fish are coming into spawn. Some of them are right now.
Very similar.
Hold off for another day for him.
Yep, Tommy, you're right. But very similar to last year when last time we were at Murray when Drew Benton won. It was the tail end of the spawn. I was raised there, and I thought it's not enough to last all 4 days. Drew Benton proved me wrong.
Hey, remember he used the shad spawn that final morning. If Drew could catch a bonus fish in the morning or something, boom, that would be the break and relief he needs.
Drew Cook on top, but just a shade ahead of Paul Marks and Tucker Smith. Jay Shakur back a little farther. Luke Palmer, he's moved up he was down there in 10th and below earlier today. Easton Fothergill moving down through the course of the afternoon. All the moves, we'll chronicle them as much as we can in the remaining time.
I'm Wesley Gore. We're here at beautiful Green Pond Landing on Lake Hartwell, and my bread and butter this week has been a 6-inch robo worm, morning dawn red flake. So for me this week, there's a lot of fish I'm targeting that are spawning. Some of them are post-spawn, some are pre-spawn. This is an awesome way to target those fish, no matter what their mood is. It's super subtle. You can just dead stick it on their heads and catch them. But this is also a follow-up for me. As you can see, I've caught several fish on it the last few days. Went through some. You gotta have several packs of them, but you will see me throw this on Lake Hartwell every time I'm here.
Wesley Gore with our Bass Pro Shops top tackle for you. What color did he say that was?
Morning dawn red flake.
That was morning
dawn red flake.
Popular color.
Little pink worm for short.
Yeah.
Light pink.
Morning dawn, always preferable to evening dawn. That gets you kind of turned around.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Wesley on the move. He has sort of picked out a path of action this afternoon. Get back as what Randy called his nasty areas behind boat docks and get to work.
been good to get to know Wesley over the last year and a half.
That bed right there had 6 bass on it this week in practice. 6. I've never in my life seen that.
He apologized when I called him.
We got to go. See something.
Not catching them.
We got to
this
move,
year.
but I can tell you what we won't be throwing, a drop shot.
I guess was referring to he's lost both of his drop shot rods today.
We do a top tackle. This is all I'm going to throw when I come to Hartwell. And he said, I'm not throwing it anymore. Well, that's because we saw him punt it off.
I lost it.
He may get drafted today in the 7th round before
might.
Shakur based on his punting abilities. I'm just sorry, I had to say that.
Oh, well, this morning was just, running around fishing, but just fishing some points and stuff that had some, spawning spotted bass and stuff on it. And then we just went kind of looking around, and I found an absolute giant right here at the end of the day, but I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to catch her or not, but that's just the name of the game. We'll just have to see. Kind of a bad time right now that he's chit-chatting, but
Great news that he says he's found a giant right now. We've got a little time.
Yeah, he's got a few minutes to devote to that. Take a look at Jacob Powroznik's day. Fished his way into the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, Jacob Powroznik, and to be honest with you, Roddy, we talked a little bit about. He's a guy we expected to do well here. It sets up for his strengths, no doubt about it. A great sight fisherman. He's also really good, just immediate post ball. He's a good fisherman all the time, but this time of the year, clear water, really sets up good for him. Started out like a lot of other guys, fishing top water, fishing jerk baits, that sort of thing out on these places for these fish relating to the blueback herring, and then went in shallow. Had a much better day yesterday than he did on day one. He said day one, he really felt like the storms affected the area where he planned to do most of his fishing. A lot of those fish were gone. He went back there just to check yesterday in some of those same places, and he said those fish were back. So good day yesterday in particular for Jacob Powroznik. Hopefully he'll catch this real big one that he just found a few minutes ago.
Hey,
only angler over 20 yesterday.
I was going to say, I had to make a correction. I'm sorry. As of 5 minutes ago, Shakur has been drafted, so he.
Really?
Yeah, Wesley Gore can't be drafted before
Please
him.
tell.
Yes. Cleveland passed on him yesterday for Dylan Gabriel and drafted him today. So now they've got 4 quarterbacks, and we don't know who's going to play for them.
Okay, we're going to stay with the fishing, but I got to have another minute or two of this. Yeah. Cleveland, who has started, didn't they say 50-plus quarterbacks in the last 20 years?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think I saw the stat. They've started 50 different quarterbacks in the last 20 years. Has once again...
They've got 4 they could start this year.
Nice. One way to get them off.
Yep, they'll have Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, that's right. They signed Flacco, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Day. Yeah, I forgot about that.
The old saying, it might have been the ball coach, Steve Spurrier. I'm not 100%, but the saying seemed to be very true. If you got 2 quarterbacks you're starting, that means you really don't have one.
No quarterback.
And if you have 4 quarterbacks, you know you don't have one.
Exactly.
LSU's been through that a few times.
Yeah.
And South Carolina.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Oh, I can see the line swimming off.
Emil Wagner, another victim of the little Short breakout of fish flying off at the boat.
Yeah.
We've had an outbreak here past half hour.
It's been slow today. It was definitely not the day I expected it to be, but that's Saturday in the south every time. Had some bites, didn't execute, hadn't really caught them that good, but I got something going down on it right now. We'll see if one of them gets them. I missed a good bit of fish. They were just short striking today real bad. And when they're short striking, I mean, it just is what it is. They are on it. Them suckers gave up on that thing so quick. It goes to the bottom sometimes. Yeah, it was not the day I was expecting, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We've caught some fish, we just ain't caught no size. There's some hammers right here, looks like. Just need one of them to bite it. But we did some different stuff. Probably should have stayed on the points a little bit longer, the shallow points, and just grinded that out, but hey, live and you learn. We'll get it right one day. Man, the fish right there. I think there's just such a transition right now between deep and shallow, and they're not set up in one area just yet, that they're just doing a mixture of everything. These are good fish.
Well, Patrick Walters came into this top 10 after two really consistent days, 17 and 11 and a 16-8. And fish his way in. Had high expectations for today for Patrick Walters.
Yeah, Patrick Walters is certainly one of the best in the business at fishing these post-spawn blueback herring type fisheries this time of the year. And to be honest with you, but we never know. According to his bass track, it looks like he's had a slower day. He may have 20 pounds, but he's had more difficulty than I would have thought, especially when we watched him early on that first day. He usually does a great job of figuring out some little bait that he keeps a big secret to get these fish to bite that a lot of guys can't get them to bite. He certainly did that at Murray, made it look so easy, and was able to kind of put it in neutral every morning by about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. But he's fished hard all 3 days, and it's had a little slower day than I expected.
The only place in South Carolina that's tripped up Patrick Walters is his home lake for the Elite Series. Hartwell and Murray, he's been so solid. That's why our mock draft, Tommy, he was projected top 10 to finish the event. That's the expectation, 100%.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
You remember a time when he's fallen down? I can't recall too many. He's got less than 10 pounds today.
Yeah,
down to 22nd. I don't remember
he might
him.
He might not have fallen down today. You never. It ain't over till it's over with Patrick Walters.
So you actually weigh him, huh?
Yeah. Just reading Drew Cook's body language, I think he's looking at a good one. Here we go.
How about that?
Yes, sir.
Gosh.
Big old spot.
Well, that's a cool. That helps the cause.
Got a 1 pounder still in there, doesn't
up there.
Such?
I think he does have one in the ones range.
Yeah, I thought it was 1.5 down there.
Wonder what you do, Davey?
Boy, did we need that one.
You hold up one largemouth and
really need
that
one
spot
more.
at the weigh-in, and everyone will think, oh, Drew's got more than just a sight fish game plan. They won't know that he sight fished that one too. They'll start thinking he's got a morning plan.
2.5 pounder. Number one.
Hope we get a look at that other fish. I think it's going to help him quite
That's
a bit.
about, I'm guessing 12, 14 ounces around there help.
Getting rid of one spot to get another one. Pretty good little trade there.
Oh, yeah.
Be able to get him up close to 54 pounds. That's on track to Like one of the best of all time here at Lake Hartwell for 4 days of Elite Series fishing for sure. Take a break, come back right now. Come right back. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. It's sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Pushing closer and closer to weigh-in time. Take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Still Drew Cook. He's actually added to his lead by almost a pound. Ahead of Paul Marks and Tucker Smith, Randy Howell, Jay Shakur, Luke Palmer, Easton Fothergill, Emil, Wagner, Wesley, Gore, and Jacob Powroznik in our top 10 as it stands now, but it's all about the top 10 when we complete that weigh-in. Again, it's coming up at 3 o'clock.
The only person, Tommy, that's out of our top 10 that started the day is Patrick Walters, and we're not sure what he actually has ever, even when we see all of his fish. So, yeah, that's a dangerous thing for sure.
Yeah. He didn't sound too thrilled, though, when we just saw him.
We're going to go out to Drew Cook real quick here.
I got the smallest one up there.
Is he back on the group of 4?
It could be. It doesn't look like the same place, but it could be.
Smallest one up there, he said.
I didn't even see that one. Two-pounder. Number 4. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Little shocked to see Drew Cook go through a lull the last hour and a half when he expected high skies, low wind, prime time for him, but we're seeing it in this last 45 minutes of fishing. Possibly something to come. Here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I wanted to go over something we've seen transpire today. Basically, like we mentioned, from the Andersonville Island near Green Pond Landing north, whether it's just to the mouth of the Tougaloo, just to the mouth of the Seneca, or 6 and 20, that general region is what we've called the heartbeat of Hartwell. It is right there closest to the takeoff venue, has accessibility to creeks, dirty water, shallow water, clean water. But the bottom end of the lake, this is a snapshot. The dam at Lake Hartwell is right here, not far from the bottom of that photo. And this has started to really come on strong. You always want, when you're herring fishing on those points, to have areas within proximity of each other. You don't want to have a point here and a point 10 miles up and a point 15 miles to the west or east. So looking at the bottom of the lake and seeing what could be in store for guys like Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner, Paul Marks, Easton Fothergill. A lot of these areas, I'm just going to go ahead and circle every single possible point that fits the description of what we're looking for. But these long points that have somewhat shallow water topped out on them, these are all possibilities for where a good herring spawn could be going on tomorrow. You could leave today and this be the best spot, and tomorrow this is the spot they're going off in the morning. And so some of these anglers who start fast with 2.5, 3-pounders, tomorrow morning they could pull up on the same point they leave this afternoon when they're on a high note, and they could catch 3.5 to 4-pounders there. We will see if someone can have an above average keeper in the morning, because they've done a lot of their big work in the afternoon to track down these spawning anglers, the ones that are focused on that. So when you're looking at your Lake Master mapping, you want those long, expansive points, kind of, but you do need it to get shallow to that 1 to 3 foot range, because that's where you know that those herring are going to come up and get on those shallowest points that do basically touch the main lake.
Always want that overhead shot.
I was just thinking.
Always want that. You can't always have it. There's not enough to go around.
You can text. You can text the guy who's running and tell him to get over there.
I don't want to interfere in matters like that.
I'm very curious. It's probably not, but gosh, it looks a lot like where those 4 were on the bed.
Yeah, it looks like those 2 bars sort of off to his right there. Yeah.
And then the dark green you see there about 1 o'clock
Yep.
to him. And where he's casting compared to if that is the dark green, this is the spot. But
it could well be.
Got a note to Cody Meyer. We haven't mentioned him today. He is off bass track. He only needs about 15 pounds to get in the cut. So surprised may come later today. Cooper Gallant is down there too with no bass track, and Ben Milligan. They both need 17 or 18 pounds, which is doable, but you never know.
Yeah. We won't know till the weigh-in's done.
It's Saturday.
Yeah.
They're just doing circles, getting the herring grouped up, Davey.
Tucker Smith got no time for such foolishness.
Exactly.
We're about to move too. All right.
Good little fisherman right there.
Absolutely. Tucker Smith got one more move to make. We're running out of time. Fishing time in our day here. Been a little bit tougher day to get a score that goes up there, close to 20. As expected. I mean, my gosh, you're going to have a little bit of attrition when you hammer them that hard for the 3 days now. But Tucker Smith better than anybody else with the 6. What's he got here?
16-11.
16-11, yeah.
Yep. So marathon peak performance. Biggest day of day 3 that we know of for sure. The biggest day of the ones we know of with a camera on them. Let's just put it that way. Marathon peak performance. Tucker Smith started it out with a 3-pounder. 3-0, 3-0, 3-9, 4-2. We saw that big spot that he put in the boat. About 11-24, and then his 5th fish, a 3-pounder. I'm not so sure if those 3s that he's got listed in there, 3 of them at 3 aren't a little more than that. Might put him up around 17 pounds. Either way, Tucker Smith, Tricky Tucker Smith. Didn't know that was his nickname, but we'll say that. Tricky Tucker Smith. Marathon peak performance of the day. Day number 3.
And all thanks to you, Davey. He was a good little fisherman this morning, but you said he can't do it without a 4-pound largemouth, and he said, okay, Davey, 4-pound spot.
Did I say largemouth? I meant 4-pound bass. He did. Within minutes of me saying he had to have a 4-pounder.
Like the invoice went through real fast.
Yes.
Luke Palmer.
Looks like he's got his eyes on a couple of them right there.
Got a slower start, but he is built steadily. Sitting in 6th right now.
I hear the Savannah Bananas are in town tonight. The baseball team. I'm pretty sure there's a guy that I played ball against. And I'm pretty sure he plays for him. I've always wanted to go watch them just for the heck of it, you know. Guess they're the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Savannah Bananas?
The Savannah Bananas. I've heard of them.
I have too.
Everybody wants to see them. I wonder if they play the Washington Generals, just like the Harlem Globetrotters. Yeah. Worst team ever.
They were acting, Tommy.
Oh. Well, that spoils it.
Aren't we all, Sue?
Come on, fishies. One more.
Everybody kind of grab one more before you have to head into weigh-in. Green Pond Landing here, Lake Hartwell. Someone on the move already, maybe a couple. On the way back. But others got a few more casts left to go. We don't want to miss any more than we have to. We'll take ourselves a quick break, come right back and catch the last few casts of the day. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite getting ready for weigh-in time there. Green Pond Landing upgraded beyond belief. What's your favorite upgrade here, Ronnie, at this place?
Well, that huge dock right there. I mean, that makes coming straight into a weigh-in so much better. Before, you'd have to dock at the dock where the ramp is, and you would most of the time have to do a trailered weigh-in. So, oh, absolutely,
Yeah,
it's huge.
And when you say huge, Doc, it's built for boats to park. It's not huge and being a big dock where a lot of people can stand on it. It's long where a lot of boats can pull up.
You could have all 50-something classic anglers be parked at that one dock when we come back here at some point.
You just can't have all their entourages standing.
Yeah, no, that's why we got media back.
That gets dangerous.
Yeah, that's why they build a campfire up there on the floor.
Send you back to the campfire.
Wow, Andrew Loberg pushing for it.
Loberg below that day 3 cut line. Yeti hot seat. Feeling the heat.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
what is it, 6 ounces between 11th and 16th? That's unofficial 6 ounces, so who knows?
Yeah, man.
It's tight.
Plus the mystery anglers. I don't know where they're going to fit into the situation, the ones we don't have ambassadors with.
Jay Secure looking at one. Back corner of a dock.
Jay a little down because of an excess of fish that came off today. Unusual for him. He's usually pretty efficient.
Obviously looking at him with his electronics. Another fry garter, I'm sure. Oh. He's giving up on him. Might be time for him to head in.
Yeah, it's probably got a little bitty run to make here to make the 3 o'clock deadline.
We got some roll.
I think he said, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
About that time for Patrick Walser also. Maybe not.
I can't see nothing. I think it was right in there.
Right down to the last minute. They know how important any little upgrade could be.
You think about that Cole in the Classic the last time we were here with this field of anglers. Stetson Blaylock's catching one, and he can see the deal, and that could have been the Classic winning fish in his opinion. He falls 11 ounces short, but it was
Get ready, we're going to leave
right
here in a minute.
there.
Right?
You know?
Yeah.
I remember that. I honestly thought he had won it.
Me too. We're coming back. Yeah. I mean, he was closing the live well, getting on pad. Robbie Floyd's in the boat with you. You're like, dude, I think he's got it. And what he doesn't know is 10 minutes before that, Jason Christie catches one. Kyle, like everyone caught one in the last 45 minutes.
Taku caught one that put him right in the mix also.
Wagner's got to beat it back. It is that time of day. They've done all the damage they can do in 8 hours and hope for the best.
JT Tompkins just made a late call. He is 6 ounces outside of the top 10 right now on Bass Track.
He may have a legitimate shot. We shall see. Dave Mercer getting ready to rev things up there. We have had a great time today. We have had a fish catching day on Bassmaster Live.
One thing you can say, and this is probably where it derived from, when you have the final day, top 10 separated by less than the big bass of the tournament, everyone has a shot. And here, someone can find a 6.5 to 7.5 pounder tomorrow that can make their tournament. They can come from 10th to 1st, no doubt.
Yep.
And that's what it looks like it's going to be.
You want that.
It's going to be a shootout tomorrow.
Yep, we've had all the runaways we need this month. So we've reached our limit on that.
We've had a 4-ounce win by Bill Lowe and a 15.5-pound win by Brandon Polinick. We had an 8-pound win in the Classic by Easton Fothergill and a 45-pound win. So yes, getting a couple people within 3 pounds would be crazy.
Tomorrow's going to be the last stand on the eastern side of the country, the Atlantic seaboard. We move to Texas for a couple of events.
10 killer.
Then 10 killer. A little quick trip to Oklahoma for 10 killer, and then, man, 2 northerns.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I might be on site for one of those out in Oklahoma or somewhere like that.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, this South Carolina thing would have been way too easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you can drive 3 hours to 10 killer and still make it back for the next day's show. Like, you can go back and forth if you want.
Yeah, you commute.
I enjoy being here.
Well, we sure enjoy having you, Davey. That is sure. What would we do without you?
Be a lot easier, I'm sure.
No,
a lot
no,
easier.
No, sir.
I would never wait for the 5th round to pick 144 to pick you, Davey Hyde.
Well,
you are definitely in my top 102 projections.
Especially if I already had Joe Flacco.
You wouldn't have to worry about my dad giving you a hard time, I don't think, Ronnie. Oh, what a day. And tomorrow's going to be, honestly, it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be close right down to the wire. And you're right. Don't count out someone in about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place if they catch them a 6-pounder tomorrow.
Not going to be hard to pick your favorites depending on which way you lean, on the kind of fishing you like. 3 p.m. Eastern Time right now. Basically, the weigh-in begins. Got to gin that up right now. Don't forget Behind the Tanks on YouTube. And tomorrow morning we'll start the same time on FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time with another 4.5 straight hours on Fox Sports 1.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, everywhere, get a shot at it. And it should be a barn burner. Championship Sunday tomorrow at Lake Hartwell.
Oh, yeah. It ain't over till